to dream of the master race. The history books, they tell of their defeat in 45. They all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. They say the prisoner of Spandau was a symbol of defeat. Whilst Hess remained in prison, then the fascists they would beat. So the promise of an Aryan world would never materialize. So why did they all come out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died? The world is riddled with maggots. The maggots are getting fat. They're making a tasty meal of all the bosses and bureaucrats. They're taking over the boardrooms and they're fat and full of pride. And they all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. So if you meet with these historians, I'll tell you what to say. Tell them that the Nazis never really went away. They're out there burning houses down and peddling racist lies. And we'll never rest again until every Nazi dies.
Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come. And if I die here for the resistance, oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers, and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty.
Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell, of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
My daddy was a miner and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man?
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
I was born in the Dublin street where the lion runs do beat, and the lovely English people walked all over us. And every single night when they tell, come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with the stove.
Hello there, everyone. Why am I in the corner? That's very... the camera's gone fucking mental. Apologies, everybody. There we go. That's better. Sort of, I think, a little bit. Anyway, how are we all? I'm very well, albeit quite dark because it's still light outside, so the lights don't work very well. But you can sort of see my face. Who cares? Right. Yes, we're doing Posh Bird Hours. That's what's happening. It's Posh Bird o'clock. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, to Phantom of Black, you Bulgarian bastard. When I type the letter G in, I want Google Meet as my first autofill. But now, it's Galeb Donev translation is the phrase that comes up. Which is a callback to a thing that we did once, and my computer seems to think I want to do again. Rather than Google Meet, a site I've been to fucking hundreds of times. Do you remember from the last stream when Galeb Donev, or whatever his name was, Pigeon, a politician called fucking Pigeon? He's interrupting a second fucking stream now. Cunt. I'm actually in a very good mood today. That's the weird thing. I just get on the internet and I start being angry. Anyway, hello there, Bunky Boy. Thank you for resubscribing 8 months with Prime. Hope you're doing well, Kev. I am doing well. All the better for having you awesome fucking people here. Thank you also to Dr. Phil Decker for resubscribing for 2 months. No, 15 months. Hang on. For 2 months at Tier 1, they've been subscribed for 15 months. That is a confusing... You've given me 2 contradictory chronologies there, Twitch. Thank you. Yes. Right. Yes, let's do Posh Bird related activity, shall we? We're on with No Justice of Navarra Media. Oh, Navarra! Yes, it should be a good time. Albeit she is. Nerd! So, you know, get used to that, I reckon. How are we all? How are we all? Does Posh Bird know Kev shut the bed? Probably, I imagine so. She's intelligent enough, she probably worked it out. You don't need to smell it to know that you're the one that dealt it. Smelt? Anyway, you get the idea. Or maybe not. So we're going to be doing question time, but we've also got other things as well, because politics is not a thing that stands still, friends. It keeps happening. I've got post. I'm going to show you my post. I'm going to violate, because I'm allowed to, it's my own right, my right to private correspondence with you all. Albeit they're leaflets rather than anything else, but it doesn't matter. They are instructive. Yes. I'm good, thanks. Watching this instead of writing my essay. Well, that's probably for the best. Malfi. It definitely. Fuck. Look, you know what essays are? Woke. Essays are woke and not what we voted for in Brexit. So fuck that noise. Watch this stream instead. I'm a good person who helps. I think I help my audience. Yeah. I did my postal vote yesterday. Lazy. Fucking lazy. Can't even be bothered to go 200 yards to a fucking smelly schoolroom. Or something. like what I do. No, I don't want to add people. There we go. Hello there, posh bird.
Hello there, Kevin. Are you enjoying how normal everything is?
It couldn't be more normal. Have you noticed how our island is the most normal island that's ever island normally?
It's just, oh dear lord, actually losing my fucking mind, Kev.
Well,
Genuinely feel like I've stepped into the Twilight Zone.
thankfully, I don't know why you're worried. Frankly, I think it's good that the police are now political actors. That's good and positive, actually.
I mean, it's probably worth starting off with Mark Rowley. And I don't know whether you agree with me on this, Kevin, but I think he should resign, like, immediately.
The thing I think he should do is a thing that I can't say legally. But in lieu of that, I will say, please resign from your role, Mr. Rowley, and consider vacationing in Zurich or Bern or Salzburg's in Austria. Other places in Switzerland. You've just
Geneva.
noted Sion is another one. Lausanne, however the fuck you pronounce it.
Lausanne,
Yeah, the one by the lake.
Yeah.
Smoke on the
What's-
water. Yeah. Anyway,
But so for people who don't know what we're referencing here, Mark Rowley is the commissioner for the Metropolitan Police, the chief commissioner for the London Metropolitan Police. And in an inexplicable act of political engagement from what is supposed to be an apolitical organization during the Purdah period before an incredibly important and consequential set of local elections, decided to make a public statement admonishing a political party leader for a retweet.
yes. No. So I when I first saw this story, it was Mark Rowley responds to Zach Polanski. So I assume naturally that Zach Polanski, as a member of the London Assembly, had written to the Chief Constable of the Metropolitan Police Force, which deals with London policing, as well as counter-terrorism for the nation. But in this specific instance, it would be presumably a London-related matter. So London elected official writes to London police officer responds. Nope. No, it was just a retweet. Literally just a fucking retweet.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so the retweet in question was somebody saying that the police that engaged in disarming the attacker in Golders Green earlier this week.
Should probably explain for my Americans, apologies, because you probably don't get these news stories. Maybe you do. Golders Green, area of London, traditionally associated with a large Jewish population, although of course that changes over time and stuff. Either way, terrorist incident happened a couple of days ago where a man who has now been charged with 3 counts of attempted murder for a stabbing attack that seems to have been motivated by the ethnicity, i.e. Jewishness, of the victims.
It's worth pointing out as well that it has been investigated as a terror act.
Yes.
We don't know whether it was a terror act because we have no motive.
Yes.
No motive has been established at all. Yet people are already jumping to conclusions about what the perceived motive was. And I'm like, this is not how criminal justice works.
And what also doesn't work as criminal justice is if a person is restrained by the police and the police are then filmed kicking that person in the fucking head.
Yeah, so it's worth pointing out, right? Like, there are certain situations in which the police have to engage in large amounts of force to disarm somebody.
Yes.
I would argue this probably isn't necessarily the case when that person is tasered prone on the floor.
Yes.
Because the response was, well, oh, hang on, they needed to disarm this guy of the knife that he was holding. I'm just like, he's tasered. His muscles are contracting. He's not letting go of the knife because he is physically unable to do so. Perfectly reasonable, by the way, for the police to engage in pretty heavy-handed action, given that, according to reports from the Met, they had attempted to stab the police officers.
Yeah.
This assailant,
Well,
right?
exactly. But the thing is, the tasing is that large amount of force that the police had already used. So that bit, that leeway has already been used up by the fact that you have tased this person perfectly reasonably. He was engaged in, even if we don't know the motive, he was certainly engaged directly in violence against both the public and police that attended the incident. Yeah, tase the cunt. That's absolutely fine. And if he's struggling on the ground, by all means press his face into the fucking concrete. Don't really mind that. But once you've got him tased and prone on the ground pissing himself or whatever, because you've tased the fuck out of him, to then have people who are stood up kicking him in the fucking head is what you might call an abuse of the situation, and might lead to the dismissal of the trial against that person because of your abuse of that person. You stupid bastards, have you learned nothing?
Yeah, that's basically where I'm coming from here, in the same vein as what you've just said there, Kevin.
These people are not
So-
Judge Dredd, okay? You don't get to just presume guilt and go, oh, well, fuck it then. We can just enact inordinate, indiscriminate violence against them. No, there is fucking process involved here, dickheads.
And that's the thing, right? It's that in the wake of what's happened, so many people are coming in, jumping to the defense of the actions of the officers here by essentially saying, I believe that they should be able to do whatever they need because this person's a criminal. I'm like, they are not a criminal. They are a suspect.
Yeah.
They are a suspect until they are convicted in a court of law. And again, perfectly reasonable if you see somebody armed with a knife to engage in acts, as you say, like tasering, to get these people disarmed and to make sure that they are neutralized as a threat. That does
Absolutely.
not give you the excuse to engage in police brutality, which is what this is. It is
Yeah.
police brutality. Just because it's on somebody who has committed potentially incredibly heinous acts does not make it okay. There's a difference between criticizing the rule and criticizing the act. People seem to get hung up on the idea that the act becomes okay because of the situation. I'm just like, well, the problem, of course, is even outside of that, the rule is what is important here.
Yeah.
The rule of the police should never do this because it gives them the excuse to do it in other situations where it might not be warranted, where it might be done to somebody who is only a suspect and is not indeed the criminal, is not actually the assailant in question, which leads to Ian Tomlinson. It leads to other forms of police malfeasance in which members of the public who end up being innocent get
Another
are victims of police brutality.
It's another example of how the bootlickers don't understand the idea of solidarity. That you don't protect everyone else's rights, even the worst person amongst us. You don't protect their rights solely for the defence of that person, but for yourself, right? And for your community, the people you actually love and would be annoyed if their rights were infringed. Because if you allow them to infringe this person's rights, then a slightly less edge case gets abused, and a slightly less edge case, and less and less and less, to the point where you in your nice leafy suburbs can be fucked up too.
That's the thing, right? Is that conservatism is based upon the idea that the in-group will be treated differently to the out-group, right? So they can justify anything against the out-group because they assume that state power will not be weaponized against them. And of course, you know, I am a socialist. I'm not like economically liberal, but kind of philosophically, I understand a lot of liberal values and I share a lot of those liberal values. One of those things is equality under the law. And one of those things is the consent of the governed, right? We are literally the country of the Peel reforms. We are the country that is the basis for policing standards in some cases across the globe. And one of those things is only using the force that is necessary in terms of detaining a suspect. This is a basic level to which policing should be done, and we are the model for this. And we're breaking this down, firstly, for social media clicks. People want to see revenge meted out by the law, regardless of whether or not that gels into the Peel reforms or not, whether that gels into liberal society. And again, because this is us versus them narrative that's being pushed by anti-liberal forces in our society, we are justifying, again, through what I can only think is social media rage bait, the breaking down of those basic principles, which supposed defenders of British heritage tell me is now woke.
True.
Fuck off. Just fuck off. These people need to fuck off, right?
Yeah. Now, by the way, when No Justice refers to the Peel reforms, that's Robert Peel, not John Peel. Because that would be mostly about like teenage kicks, both metaphorically and literally. Look into him, weird guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we take a look at how this public servant has abused their position?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okie doke. So, Sir Mark Rowley, QPM, Commissioner, New Scotland Yard, etc. 2. Zach Polanski, Assembly Member, Green Party Leader.
Also, before we start, Kevin, why does Mark Rowley write like a 5-year-old?
Because he's a police officer and so presumably has brain damage. I presume that's the only reason anyone would ever become a police officer. Because they were too stupid to join the army? I don't know. Anyway, it's okay. You can criticise the police. It's not like they're going to come after you or anything. Anyway. Dear Zach, I was disappointed to have seen your recent post on X, the Everything app. Okay, I've editorialised, but you get the idea. The fact that he's calling it X means he's a wanker. You know what I mean? Amplifying a post that Met officers were, quote, repeatedly and violently kicking a mentally ill man in the head when he was already incapacitated by taser. Quotation marks. Now, That's what the video shows to be the case. Now, I can't speak to the mental illness of the person who was prone, but everything else in that sentence is clearly visible from the video. Like, it's not obscured. This is broad daylight, and you have police officers in big boots kicking a man in the head who was on the ground. Not trying to wrestle his arms, not trying to pin him down, just kicking him in the fucking head. Yeah, that's...
He wasn't resisting. Like, he wasn't
Yeah.
resisting because he'd been tased. Like,
Yeah, like, at that point, you're just thinking to yourself, like, am I dead? Like, am I literally ever been shot? What has happened here? He wasn't doing anything anymore. He wasn't really a threat anymore. Now, that's not to say you treat him with kid gloves. I don't care if they're a little bit rough, because, he was kind of stabbing at him, you know. That's going to happen. But kicking someone in the fucking head, like, let alone the process issue, but, like, how do you hope to get any useful information out of a person if they've got blood on the brain?
yeah, literally.
Like, just practically speaking, how can you interview somebody who is unconscious? Anyway. And don't be surprised if, by the way, you and I have to foot some sort of compensation bill for the fucking damage that's done to this person. I'm just saying. They'll probably sue, I imagine. Anyway. He continues. I am disappointed because it is this kind of inaccurate and misinformed commentary, with its associated casual disregard for the incredibly challenging and dangerous work police officers do to protect the public, that is contributing to the rising tensions we are seeing in society and undermines officer confidence to act.
I mean, I don't think we really need one random retweet to talk about the public lack of confidence in the police, given what we saw in the Casey review.
Or you know what might be undermining it slightly more? That dispatches thing where they literally went undercover in one of your police stations at Charing Cross and found racism and support of domestic violence against pregnant women. That sort of thing might have a bit more of a bearing on why the public do not trust police. The fact that you've been found institutionally racist several times over the course of many decades now. The fact that for all of the dangerous and difficult work that you do, still haven't found any of the fucking killers of Stephen Lawrence guilty of anything, have you? Still haven't found any fucking justice for that family 30 fucking years later. Anyway. It is entirely possible the author of the post you retweeted, and again, just to reiterate, this is for a retweet. Just before an election. This person
Also,
should be fired, let alone step down, you know.
It is funny that he called it X the Everything app and is now saying retweet.
Yeah, you should be saying re-X. Or the re-Musk. I don't know. Retweeted, had direct experience from the scene, or has years of experience handling complex violent situations. Now, get ready for some passive-aggressive bitch action. Yeah. Yet I suspect the more likely scenario is that another armchair critic who thinks they could do the job possibly more effectively than the brave officers who successfully detained that individual. God
I mean,
almighty.
again, like...
What? Kitty's got claws. Meow.
I mean, again, like... Sure, you can have criticisms of people having criticisms of you. This does not require a public fucking letter. This does not require a press release.
Yeah,
Right, so-
literally, this could have been an email.
Or a tweet. It could literally have been a tweet, given that this is in response to a retweet. Just like, quote tweet the person who said the thing, at Zach Balansky, and go,
Okay.
maybe you don't know the entirety of the situation, leave off. And that would have been, I mean, again, I wouldn't have necessarily thought that was particularly upstanding, but it would have been significantly more appropriate than a public letter, a public statement
It would
in
be
the
funny.
period before an election.
True. It would have been funny though if Mark Rowley just turned into one of Polanski's reply guys. That would be good. I'm
Oh
down
my god!
for that.
But although to be fair, the Met Police now are reply guys, with their reply guys for Tommy Robinson
Literally.
in a positive sense.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, glazing. Absolutely.
Yep.
These officers are nothing short of extraordinary. I mean, I agree with you, but in a very different way. They were on the scene within a few minutes, and their actions undoubtedly prevented further injury and saved lives. As I said yesterday, the officers confronted a dangerous man they believed to be a terrorist, who refused to show his hands, who was violent, and who continued to pose a clear threat. They were not armed officers, and they feared he was concealing an explosive device. Now, that's fine. Let's say all of that is true. Firstly, they were armed in the sense that they had tasers and like batons and the legal power to use those weapons in public against people. So they were armed, didn't have guns, to be fair, that is true. Although, given the brutality the police regularly engage upon and defend, I'm rather glad they don't have guns, otherwise many more people would be dead. Look at America if you want an example of exactly what I'm talking about. Yes. But either way, how is the kicking in the head a part of the stopping the explosive device situation? Surely you would
make it worse.
Surely you'd be trying to like wrestle their arms free from their body. How is kicking them in the head an effective way of defusing a bomb? Exactly.
Well, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense,
Load
right?
of absolute bollocks. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we probably didn't need to read the whole letter. We've got the thrust of what he's basically saying here, which is that don't criticize me on the internet via retweet, because actually policing is really difficult. You don't know what you're talking about. And you know what? Maybe lots of that is the case. I'm pretty sure that Mark Rowley probably does know more about policing than Zach Polanski or random Twitter user that Zach Polanski has retweeted. Yes, again, want to make it explicitly clear, this was a fucking retweet, right? Yeah. And again, this does not require a public statement. It gets better though, right? It gets better. Right?
Well, I just want to ask, who is Mick Wembley?
Mick Wembley.
I don't know who that is, but Mark, is someone signing your letters called Mick Wembley? I don't know who he is. You should get on that. No, go on. Sorry.
So, have you seen the clip of Mark Rowley speaking on Sky News?
I have not. No, I'll be honest with you. I've been flicking between the snooker and the Aussie rules today, so that's what I've been doing.
That's okay. That's perfectly reasonable. That's absolutely fair.
It's absolutely not. But thank you for
my sports engagement today is going to be this evening because it's going to be the sprint qualifying for Miami Grand Prix, which I'm looking forward to. Anyway, I have dropped the clip in chat for you, Kev.
Oh, okay. Let's have a cheeky.
Sorry, on Discord.
Indeed. Indubitably.
Come back to.
Oh, here he is. Is that Lizo Mazimba?
It doesn't look like Lisa, does it? Oh, you think all black people look the same, don't you, Kevin?
Is that exactly? Did I do a racism there? I probably did. Yeah.
Oh, my Twitch is disconnected for some reason. Or is it just when I use Twitch that it disconnects? This is odd. My internet's still up. The internet is still up. Oh no, right. Apparently it's broadcasting again. Anyway.
Yeah.
We're back.
Yeah, I'll have some of your refugees. They can return if they wish. I won't do forced repatriation unlike certain parties, but you can leave if you want.
Yeah. So Mark Rowley was on Sky News this morning speaking to Kamali Melbourne, I believe in place of Sophia Edge and Wilfred Frost, discussing the Zach Polanski's retweet.
Again, this is news, is it? Got nothing actually better to do, Mark? No, there are no crimes happening in London, I hope, that you could be dealing with, perhaps.
Let's come back to the point that you made at the beginning of our conversation.
Yes.
Good morning to you, Commissioner. About the criticism that your officers have faced from some quarters for the way that the arrests...
Can I just say, can someone crack open the nano violin? Because we're going to need it on this one, I think. No, the police are being criticised. Fucking deal with it. No one forced you to become a fucking police officer. You jumped up little fucking authoritarian fuckheads. Do one. You don't want to be criticised? Go and work at the fucking supermarket. Go and do literally anything else with your fucking time. You're a public servant who was allowed to enact violence upon people. You can't do that properly. You're going to get fucking criticised. God, the police are such whiny bitches. On top of being authoritarian pricks who love being violent toward people, including their own fucking loved ones, it would seem, they're also bitches about it. Oh, don't criticise me for being fine with, like, rapist Dan, the fucking police officer. No, fuck him. Fuck these people. God almighty.
Was carried out. The video shows the officers kicking this individual in the head. Is that appropriate force to use at that point?
It's rare and unusual, but if you're confronting somebody who you...
Can I just take you back for a second, Mr. Rowley, or Mr. Wembley, however you like, to your opening stanza here, where you claimed that the phrase repeatedly and violently kicking a military man in the head when he was already incapacitated by taser was misinformation. Sorry, inaccurate and misinformed commentary was your specific wording. And yet, when it was explained to you that that's what was on film, you agreed. He just said that, and you went, yeah. It's rare, though. But, like, okay, so you lied then. You just lied in your letter to Zach Polanski when you said it was inaccurate, when it clearly wasn't inaccurate. Okay, dude. I wonder why conviction rates are so pathetically low when we have this kind of mastermind at the helm.
You believe is a terrorist. He's on the floor after you've tasered him, but he's not letting go of the knife. On a very hot day, he's wearing a puffer jacket. He's huddled up, and you're thinking, and he's got a rucksack on, and you're...
There's no need to be jealous of the swag. Is all I'll say. The man was dripped out, okay? And you're stood there in your little crisp fucking white shirt like a bitch. I know, it's embarrassing for you, but there's no need. Don't hate the player, hate the game, yeah?
Thinking, I think he might have explosives the way he's behaving. That is an extreme situation that requires extreme force. And so in that situation, the sort of things they did...
The extreme force was the fucking taser! How is the taser not the extreme force? Oh, that was just a bit of mild fucking horseplay. That was just some roughhousing. No, that's extreme violence. And it's fine because the guy was engaged in a fucking stab fest. So yeah, by all means, tase the cunt. Fine. Just when you've tased him and he's on the floor fucking shitting himself, maybe don't boot him in the head. That, like, is that too much to ask? Like... Liberal bootlickery knows no fucking bounds. There's nothing the police could have done in that situation, up to and including fucking teabagging the guy or something, that they wouldn't defend.
Well, it's worth pointing out, they're not liberals, right? It's not liberal in your values to try and imply that you shouldn't have blanket standards across the board. That is an incredibly illiberal position to take. But of course, liberals in 2026 don't believe in liberalism. They just have totally fucking ditched it.
Yeah. Also, this is the same bullshit they came up with John Charles de Menezes as well. If you remember, the Brazilian electrician who they shot in the head 16 times. Because that's a reasonable fucking response to a person jumping a ticket barrier, apparently. Anyway, he was wearing a big coat. So? What that means he's definitely a terrorist and you can fucking shoot him in the head over a dozen times.
It was a very warm day and he was dressed as a Wookiee.
Yeah, exactly. The guy, look, I didn't know it was his first owner. I thought it was a onesie. It was a nightmare.
Well, Wookiee's a bear, isn't it?
Is a Wookiee a bear? Is a Wookiee a bear?
Bear.
In the heat of the moment and in that fear and that determination to try and neutralise the threat they perceive, that's a reasonable thing for them to do.
You're okay with it?
In most situations, it wouldn't be reasonable, but in that situation, it was reasonable. And I think what I've been...
Okay.
To hoof a guy in the head! What the fuck are you talking about?
Right, again, even if it turns out that there are situations where it's start that again. Even if it turns out that there are situations where it is reasonable to kick a guy in the head, the fact that he is admitting in this interview, in most situations it would not be reasonable, but in this situation it was reasonable, that to query the reasonableness of this engagement of the police is perfectly fine. There is totally justification. It is totally justified to query the use of force in this instance, and he's admitting that it is perfectly reasonable to query it, which means the perfect response to Zach Polanski's retweet, this fucking retweet, right? The perfect response to Zach Polanski's retweet therefore becomes a response of going, understand this looks bad, but you don't know the full situation. In this situation, we believe that it was the right force to use. You can still take disagreement with that statement if they made such a statement, but the idea that whether or not this use of force was justified being up for debate is the whole point of this discussion, and he's just admitting that it is up for debate.
Exactly, yeah. Like, if you're accepting that this is an unusual, unique situation, then surely commenting upon that and trying to parse out exactly what is and isn't acceptable in any given situation is fine. And that an elected official questioning the actions of the police in this situation is perfectly reasonable. Even if you disagree, come out and make that point. Don't, like, engage directly during a time of heightened politics during an election in an obvious piece of partisan bullshit. Bit out of order, really.
Yep.
Pleased to see is the amount of support online from members of the public for the officers.
Yes,
and I'm sure Jew Hater 88 is definitely in agreement with you on that. Yeah, wonderful.
Noblini in chat says maybe Polanski shouldn't be spending all his time retweeting randos on Twitter. Yeah, I agree. I think that he has been incredibly... what's the word I'm looking for?
Sexy?
Sexy. I will agree that Zach Polanski has lacked the necessary temperament in this situation in terms of knowing that tensions are high. Actually, best thing to do is just shut up. Because anything and anyone and anything that you say can be taken the wrong way, clipped out of context, and used against you. And so it's much better to just lay low and release a boilerplate statement and then start the social media stuff once everyone has gotten over it, right?
Yeah.
It's not a good look, regardless. Even if, again, I don't think he's necessarily in the wrong here. You can't let yourself be open up to these kind of attacks. This basic stuff if you're going to be the leader of a political party. I don't disagree with the statement that he needs to have his Twitter privileges at least somewhat curtailed in the wake of what's happened here.
Or do what most political leaders do and just have a fucking... Well, don't have an intern, because internships are disgusting, but have a person, a paid employee, handle that shit for you. Have someone with media training who just posts, politically okay shit. And then have the occasional tweet from yourself. That's it. Like, get the fuck off Twitter would be my advice in the first place, but whatever. Also, yeah, in terms of being taken out of context, these comments about the fact that threats against the Jewish community have been heightened, for direct political reasons, is like, again, I think he's making a perfectly reasonable point, but you must realise that you're going to be clipped out of context on that.
Oh yeah, so it was speaking. It's funny enough. He was speaking to Haaretz, right, the Israeli newspaper. So the actual quote was, "We need to have a conversation about whether or not threats are real or perceived. It's bad in either. Also, the unsafety is real or perceived, both of which are bad." And I'm just like, yeah. So he's correct. There is a real threat of terrorism and anti-Semitic hate coming from violent individuals, and a perceived threat coming from Palestinian protests. Because the latter isn't actually a threat, but it is perceived to be one. Yeah. Which I'm sure is discourse that we will get into for the rest of today.
Indeed. Thank you, Journey in Jordan, who points out that a queer bar being burned down in Milton Keynes was not investigated as a terrorist attack. Yeah, there are lots of these instances where, of course, the Sikh woman who was raped because the person thought she was a Muslim. The Prime Minister didn't do a press conference on that particular piece of racial violence.
No, there was, in Bristol, 3 or 4 men engaged in a brutal homophobic attack in Bristol. No Cooper meeting, no 25 million pounds for the queer community, because of course any amount of the discussion of the heightened rhetoric against the LGBTQ plus community would impugn the media, and they will not admit that they're at least somewhat to blame for the heightened tensions towards LGBTQ plus people. And again, like, neither of us are dismissing the fact that anti-Semitism is real and increasing and has become a virulent problem in terms of both the rhetoric and in terms of actual physical attacks against Jewish people. Neither of us are dismissing this. But the idea that somehow that is worth all of the insane discourse that we've had over the last 2 days and what's happening to queer people shows you the hierarchy of bigotry.
Oh,
the hierarchy of response to bigotry, right? So another case in point. So there's been some people from the Green Party who've made anti-Semitic comments. And by the way, if you don't think they're anti-Semitic and you don't think that it's worth at least commenting on or getting these people out of the party, fuck you. Someone literally put a post up on Twitter or on Threads or whatever saying that ramming synagogues is revenge. It's not anti-Semitism. I'm like, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Get the fuck out of my party. I don't care about what you say.
I genuinely it beggars belief to me that people have opinions like that. In what
Yeah,
possible
literally.
like I presume, given they're saying it's revenge or whatever, that the idea that is that this is a response to what the Israeli government are doing in Palestine, and in what way are you remotely helping the Palestinian people by giving Israel the perfect propaganda tool to recruit more Jewish people to go and live there because they feel unsafe in Britain because you are attacking their synagogues, you dopey bastards, and secondly, to the victim playing narrative that Hasbro relies upon. You are literally
And you know
doing
what's
their work
yeah.
for them, as well as being a racist, violent piece of shit, and you'll end up in jail.
Oh, good, good. I mean, in some cases, like if you're just going to justify like terrorism like that, yeah, fuck it. Like, I don't necessarily that speech crimes should put you in jail, but given that this is now the precedence, right? Like, you can't put Lucy Connolly in jail and not put you in
Exactly.
jail.
I was literally just about to say Lucy Connolly went to jail for saying basically the same sort of deal. Yeah, like
And the
that's-
irony is now, what the worst part about all of this now is that there's so much crying wolf about anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel. There's been so much crying wolf about it. I have seen loads of people just defending these obviously anti-Semitic comments.
Well,
And
that's-
I'm at the fucking
yeah.
end of my tether, chat. At the end of my tether.
Well, this is exactly what I warned about with the Hasbro bullshit. The undermining of the seriousness of the accusation of anti-Semitism by accusing anyone who criticises Israel in any way whatsoever of being anti-Semitic. When you put out tweets that say like, "Oh, I saw a free parking sign and got scared," like. People are not going to take you seriously when you then actually credibly accuse someone of doing anti-Semitism when they do anti-Semitism. You cry wolf so many times, they stop going to the person crying wolf. You get eaten by a fucking wolf. That's the moral of that story. You get eaten by the fucking wolf. Because the people who wanted to protect you don't listen anymore.
But I will say, in response to the anti-Semitic statements that have been made, some people have had their memberships removed, some have been put on suspension pending disciplinary. Of course, we now know in the Green Party what it's like to what happens to you if you don't have a proper disciplinary process. Because there have been transphobic members of the party who were unceremoniously expelled without a disciplinary process, and they successfully and correctly sued the Green Party over it, because you shouldn't not have a disciplinary process. You shouldn't just be removing people's memberships willy-nilly. If they fail the disciplinary test, then they can do it. They have a procedure in place to support
Democracy
them. And quite
Manifest.
rightly, the media critiqued this lack of disciplinary process. But what they did also do was say, how dare you expel anybody or even have a disciplinary process in which transphobia can be criticised? Suddenly, even considering that maybe parties shouldn't allow transphobia within them, they were saying, you must reinstate these people and protect the rights of critical people in your party. And I'm like, it's a weird position to take, that actually punishing people for transphobia is a bad thing. And yet, we're looking at people with disciplinary processes for anti-Semitism, which is correct, which they now will have to go through because of the bruising the Greens have taken in the courts over not having disciplinary processes for transphobia, right? And the press will go, you must expel them right now. Immediate expulsion for anti-Semitism. I'm like, oh, weird, isn't it? It's weird how, TERFs and transphobes, they can have endless amounts of benefit of the doubt. In fact, they must be protected from the evil disciplinary process of the Green Party. Anti-Semites, though, total opposite. Total fucking opposite. I'm sick to the back teeth of this double standards.
Well, yeah, because the TERFs that are funded by all that dark American money, they're the real vulnerable minority. When you think about it for no seconds, it's the double standard is glaring. And
Absolutely, because again, like I don't want transphobes in my party, but I don't want them to be able to sue the party, and I want, if they do say transphobic things, to be able to have a disciplinary process to get them removed. I don't think they should be unceremoniously expelled. I think that's a bad precedent, and I'm glad that the party is now fixed up so we don't do that anymore. But the fact that the press is now calling for instant expulsions with no disciplinary process for people who engage in anti-Semitism showed again they never cared about the process. They only cared about defending people who hate trans people. Because the press is also transphobic. So they didn't care about Pink Panthers. So they've not cared about the homophobic attack from this week, because the press wants us dead, as does the Labour Party.
Oh, absolutely. 100%, yes. Thank you, Bevzar, for 5 memberships on the Twitches. And thank you, someone did a thing, and I'm scrolling and I can't find it. Where was it? Someone. Someone. Who are you? Kieran Kinsella with 10 memberships on YouTube. Thank you very much. Don't forget you can give both or either of us money in the form of bits and subs and super chats and all of that jazz. Yeah, fun times.
Well, thank you Ben Sharp in chat points out there might be a problem with the way the Equality Act is worded around protected beliefs, which leads to these problems. We saw this with the Lib Dems and extremist Christians recently, but again, look, they didn't go through a disciplinary process. People say, "Oh, well, I can't believe the Lib Dems are being forced to accept Christians and people that they disagree with from being candidates." I'm like, they're not forced to keep these people as candidates.
No.
What they are stopped from doing is unceremoniously
Yeah.
rejecting these people with no disciplinary
exactly.
process. And indeed, they engaged in like a process of bullying against this person internally within the party. And I'm like,
Yeah.
you can't do this, especially when the ringleader for the bullying against this person for their Christian beliefs was the person who then became the candidate after they had been deselected.
Yeah, which is
Bit weird.
Is pretty gross game playing. Yeah, and religious bigotry, of course. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need to have a proper process in place. But the idea that you can't get rid of people ever at all is ridiculous. Because, like, should the Reform Party have to have Marxist-Leninists in the party? No. Look, political parties are exclusionary based on your beliefs. That's literally the point of them. That's what they are. Anyway. Yes. I suppose on that point, I did just sort of want to mention. I got this fantastic leaflet through my post yesterday from the Reform Party. It says a personal message from Nigel Farage. Now, I wouldn't usually bring this to everyone's attention, but I did find it funny because these are local elections, right? So we're electing a councillor for Birmingham City Council. And yet, not only is the ward not mentioned, neither is the candidate who is standing here, neither is the city Birmingham mentioned anywhere on this leaflet. At all. So if anything shows you that, I mean, A, this is just a copy and paste thing from around the country, but secondly, that the Reform Party's entire point of getting people locally elected is literally just to get Nigel Farage into number 10. They've no interest in governing locally. They've no interest in doing governing at all. Basically, just getting Nigel Farage into number 10 Downing Street. Literally, that's it.
Not that Unite seem to think that though, because Unite were the ones having meetings with Reform in the background for the bin strikes.
Yeah, grim stuff.
Although to be fair, it looks like it won't matter. It doesn't look like Reform are going to be in government in Birmingham. It's going to be Independents and Greens and Labour all together in some fucking mishmash traffic light mess. And on top of this, bin strike's over. All of the political damage for Labour, none of the political damage for whichever administration takes over Birmingham City Council.
Literally, amazing stuff. Genuinely cannot wait. It's going to be a shit show.
Literally. Oh my god, it's going to be
Yeah.
perfect. Because it obviously was coming from like Westminster and shit.
Yeah.
One thing I will also add before we get on to question time, which was the reason that we're here,
Yes.
is that. So, but have you seen much of the reporting on the assailant? Right, I don't know if you've seen much of the reporting on the person who is accused of engaging in the attack in Golders Green.
I've only seen their name, which is a bit Muslim-y.
Yeah, I mean, they're from originally from Somalia, moved here 30 years ago or something.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there's been discussions about the fact they had mental health problems. They were known to prevent. There was a bunch of stuff that were warning flags that this person could potentially be violent. But the press reporting has claimed that they are charged with 2 accounts of attempted murder. This isn't true. This is not true. They are charged with 3 charges of attempted murder. Which is that they were obviously charged with the knife attacks on the 2 Jewish men in Golders Green. And 2 hours earlier, another attempted murder on somebody that they knew in Southwark, a Muslim called Ismail Hussein. All of the media have reported that it's 2 charges of attempted murder, which is literally untrue. It's weird, isn't it? How the Muslim that he tried to murder earlier in the day totally vanished from all of the coverage.
Yeah, it's almost as if the media aren't actually doing reporting; they're doing narrative setting because they're scum and no one likes them, and this is exactly why.
Well, they're doubling down. They've spent all of the last couple of days referring to it as a terrorist attack, talking about it as an anti-Semitic attack, which, again, it well could be. Again, we still don't know the motive. It could have been that they had already said to their person that he knew in the morning, I'm off to murder some Jews, and this person tried to stop them, so he attempted to murder them as well, on his way to Golders Green to do his terror attack. All of these things could be true, but again, we don't know. But the media have already sown the seeds that it's definitely exactly anti-Semitic attacks, and there can be no suggestion otherwise, that reporting on the reality of this person also tried to kill a Muslim earlier in the day might muddy the story and the narrative that they've already set, as you said.
Yeah.
Insanely, this is an insane dereliction of duty for journalists to report this fucking badly.
Well, exactly, yeah. And of course, the political chicanery of not everybody, lots of Zionists using this as a way of going, see, we told you, if you allow people to do marches, that obviously Jews are going to get killed somehow. Literally up to and including the Prime Minister at time of recording in his address, which interestingly, he doesn't do an address for every one of these terrorist attacks, just certain ones, which again is interesting. Literally saying that if you chant, globalize the Intifada, it means you want to kill Jewish people.
And they should be arrested. You should be
Yeah.
charged, you should be prosecuted, what the Prime Minister said. Again, we do not know this man's motive. It could very well be the case that he is anti-Semitic. I still think that it is more than likely that he did it anti-Semitically, right? I think it is more than likely that that is the case. We don't know, and we won't know until it's been investigated what the motive is, because we do not have any information on what happened, other than what everybody knows already in terms of the happenings during the day. We have no idea of what the motivation was at all, other than guesswork at this point. And yet, the entire media ecosystem is trying to say this was entirely because of Palestine. This was because of people who disagree with Israel, which first of all conflates Jewish people and Israel, which both anti-Semites and Philo-Semites have been doing for ages and has always been a problem and should be accurately demarcated between the two. And second of all, assumes that this man did it because of opposition to Zionism. Again, he well could have done. We do not fucking know. The fact that we're already talking about Palestine, we're already talking about protests, we're already talking about rhetoric with regards to Israel, when we have no idea at all. There's been no confirmation of the slightest, no suggestion this guy was doing this because of anything to do with the Middle East. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have any more for any more? Because there was one tiny little piece of silliness that I thought I could get as a kind of palate cleanser before we dive into
Go for it.
into question time. So, what should be of note is that our technically head of state was on a state visit this week to the country that owns us, the United States. He's spoken in front of Congress. It was all very boring, frankly. Although I do want to ask Donald Trump specifically, when you say he's the best king, in my opinion, what metric are you using to judge that? But like, show you're working. Or are you just saying things? You're literally just making noise with your face hole, and it means nothing. And therefore, the media reporting on this as if it means anything is ludicrous. Anyway, so that all happened, right? Pointless, sausage-fingered, inbred freak went to Washington, D.C. and stood next to an even more ludicrous-looking person.
I mean, it is impressive for Donald Trump to be even more like deformed and misshapen than fucking Charles.
Right. And this is why I'm repping the Zoran t-shirt today, everyone. Because Zoran, I think, did the only responsible thing when he was asked what if you would speak to the king, because he went to the Ground Zero the Ground Zero monument in New York City to do the holy pilgrimage of 9/11 or whatever. I've shared the wrong thing with you. Apologies. And Mamdani was asked, what would you ask the king if you get to speak to him? And Mamdani said, if I was to speak to the king, I would probably encourage him to return the Koh-i-Noor diamond. Which, like, firstly, based that you even know what that is. That's cool. Americans don't know anything about anywhere else ever. But well done. That's good. Awesome. But then, secondly, and chat, he's a mad old bastard, but when he's right, he's right. I was not expecting to stand alongside Comrade Curtis Sliwa.
Honestly, he's been on a fucking tear recently.
Honestly, you know what? He's one of the few Republicans who's actually a Republican.
What should he have said to the king yesterday?
Oh, total agreement with him. Because I was in India. This was about 15 years ago, and I met with historians there. They stole all the artifacts, not just from India, all over the world. They refused to give it back. So they have the king and the queen, the royalty. They're a bunch of deadbeats.
Go on, lads!
In the world. So the countries ask, could we have our artifacts back? And they say no. Meantime, India, they had 2 million volunteers join the King's Army in World War II to defend the...
Literally, a fact I like to bring up with racists, the largest ever all-volunteer army ever mustered on the earth, 2.5 million men, joined voluntarily the Indian Land Army to protect the Burmese border. Fact. Fact.
Based Commonwealth
100,000 casualties, many more injured. I think the least that the royal family, the royal stiffs, could do is not stiff the Indian people, but they do it.
Go on, Kurt, lad!
And they should have met with the Epstein victims. Oh, we don't
Well, here, yeah. Yeah, it's a tough time for the British royals right
well,
now.
you would have never known that, the way they were treated. You know,
Yeah.
it's our anniversary of our revolution.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't be bowing down in front of the Union Jack. That should be celebrated. Nathan Hale, I have only one life to give for my country. They hung him. And now we're, standing ovation. Yeah, what about all the liberals and progressives? No kings, no kings. Oh, the king, the queen.
Literally, my guy, my
I
Chad.
hate the king, I hate the queen. They should do away with the royalty. And remember, that's who we broke away from in order to have this great country of us. We spend more time celebrating the king and the queen than we do our 250th anniversary. Shame on us. Shame on us.
What an absolute fucking giga Chad.
You know,
honestly.
You know what? I was not expecting to stand alongside you, comrade, but I'm happy to fight at your side. Let's fucking do this!
Literally, honestly. Fucking, I would have, you would have had to have fucking hit me in the head with a hammer to get me to vote for Andrew Cuomo over this guy.
Yeah, exactly. Mad shit. Absolutely mad. Love it. And yeah, that is some of the greatest soundboard fodder that's ever been. I will be chopping that shit up and it'll be going on the board. Fuck yes.
Also, speaking of the King's meeting with Donald Trump, have you seen John Swinney taking credit for the whiskey tariff?
Yeah. No, honestly, you know what? Chad move. Someone else does the deal. You swoop in and take all the fucking glory. Go for it.
Not just anybody. The head of state that he literally wants to replace by making Scotland independent.
Literally. Oh, bless.
Honestly,
yeah.
it's so brazen. Like, honestly, you gotta laugh. Really,
I respect the political chops of it. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, do it. Who cares? Bollocks to them. Anyway.
Oh dear. Honestly.
You love to see it, chat. You love to see it. Thank you to... Oh, something happened. What happened? Thank you, Not Real Rachel. Not sure how #Americans know what bellend is. Did I call him a bellend? What? I don't know. Anyway, and thank you... the Jack Meller. Bringing new meaning to the word Republican. Literally. The Republicans who treat Trump like a king. And this motherfucker's out here like... The biggest welfare bombs in history.
Literally, honestly, he's
so true,
so real
like,
for that.
Fucking Benefit Street should have been done at Windsor Castle.
Literally, Benefits Palace.
Yeah, Benefits Palace.
Palace. Also, one more thing. It's just a very quick one. So people have been talking about how phone thefts have increased, and Piers Morgan responded to Newsnight by saying, "If you steal a phone, 3 years in prison, problem solved." And I'm like, maybe, Piers, you're not the right person to be talking about crimes involving phones.
I mean, I look, Piers, when it comes to legs to stand on this, you're very stumpy. I'd stick this one out if I were you. Just, maybe. I mean, I'd say wind your neck in, but you've got lots of them.
Literally.
Yeah. Anyway, yes. Yesterday's question time from Maidenhead. And I'll be honest with you, I love getting Maidenhead.
Also, it's funny to me that this is being billed as the English election special.
Speckle, yes,
speckle, and it's just the UK. It shows you how people treat devolution. I don't believe they tackle any English issues.
Almost certainly not. No. I've always regarded... Oh, no, don't get me wrong. Curtis Lee was a fucking mentalist. Yeah, no, I'm not supporting him. I just think it's very funny that occasionally, when he's right, he's very hilariously right.
I mean, he's literally far more normal about Israel than Andrew Cuomo is.
Well, he's just far more normal than Andrew Cuomo is.
Yeah.
Just in general.
Far less rapey than Andrew Cuomo.
This is a man who's worn a beret so long he has a diagonal tan line across his forehead, and he's less mental than Andrew Cuomo.
So I was going to say he's also killed fewer old people than Andrew Cuomo. But then that reminded me of a really terrible joke where Hassan made it on stream where he said that, oh yeah, Andrew Cuomo has killed more New Yorkers than Muhammad Atta, and I was like, that's so dark.
It's so dark and so true.
It quite literally is
Andrew
true.
Cuomo was literally America's 9/11.
BBC One after tonight's election questions.
Also, in terms of phone thefts, can we have a moment's thought for poor old Morgan McSweeney, whose phones just get stolen? It's really sad.
Stolen by Poseidon, god of the sea.
Yes. Oh, for fuck's sake, this wanker again. Zia Yusuf and his fucking season ticket to this show. Oh.
Tonight we've come to Maidenhead for the last of our special election programmes before May the 7th. Millions of people will head to the polls next week for elections that could transform the political map of Great Britain. In England, 5 parties are battling for control of the councils, from Plymouth to Newcastle upon Tyne. Our audience member...
Why did she have to look at her notes there? She couldn't remember Newcastle? Okay, I mean, you have definitely been there. Like what? Oh.
I mean, most people in like the British establishment do genuinely very frequently forget about the existence of Newcastle. Certainly when it comes to making policy.
Well, undoubtedly they are. Anywhere north of Watford is at best an afterthought. But especially like it's so obvious that the Labour Party is just a London party now. Its new heartland is fucking Islington.
Yeah, so like we can do this industrial strategy and it involves an Oxford to Cambridge like investment corridor, and I'm just like,
and the amazing thing is they've made London their new stronghold, and they're also going to get fucking caned there as well.
Literally, this. I mean, they will win in leafy suburbia. That's it. I've said from the start, like a really interesting result for Labour isn't going to be where they lose, because we all know where they're going to lose. It's where the fuck are they going to keep?
I don't know. All I'll say is I've been following a little bit of the Keir Starmer firebombing trial, which has been going on this week. Some interesting stuff going on with that. Turns out there might be some far-right money involved. I can't say any more than that at this stage. It's still early days, like 4 days in or something. This could go on for months. Yeah, really interesting, weird Russia, Ukraine, terrorism, right-wing, anti-Muslim, something. Fuck knows. It's mental.
Members arriving here this evening reflect the general political picture across the nation. Tonight, of course, that's England. And tonight they want to ask first and foremost about the attack in London yesterday and what can be done to keep the Jewish community safe.
No, there's no way it goes 5 minutes without Zia Yusuf mentioning migration. Again, just to go back to this fucking reform leaflet, right? Their policies are secure our borders and deport illegal migrants. A thing for which local councils are not remotely responsible.
I mean, it's very funny watching Reform UK in Scotland and Wales talk about immigration when these aren't even fucking devolved powers.
Yeah, they're literally not.
They're reserved.
Like, you want me to vote for you to become a councillor in Birmingham so you can stop small boats in Kent? What the fuck are you talking? What? Even Kent Council don't deal with the boats in Kent. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is national immigration policy. Literally.
Empty the fucking bins and keep the street lights on. That's what you do. You can't...
It's funny. This is where the Greens keep losing councils after winning them, because they don't do the one thing everyone's done. It's the fucking bins.
Yeah, you empty the bins, you keep the street lights on, you fix potholes. Well, in theory, you fix potholes.
you have private companies that don't fix potholes.
Yeah, but that's it. Like, come on. It's basic, boring governance. But it's fucking important. It matters. Far more, I would argue, than many of the national government policies, because they get implemented at the local level. And without the buy-in of all of the millions of people who make these things happen, doesn't matter what Keir Starmer fucking does. Which is why him being distrusted and disliked by everybody is really bad in general.
Yep.
On tonight's panel from the government, we have the Environment Secretary Emma Reynolds.
Who the fuck are you? Who is this person?
She was the one who went on Sky News, like it was a couple of years. It was just after the government got elected, maybe like 4 months or so, after they just like cut the winter fuel allowance. Going, well, actually, loads of businesses and CEOs and say that the economy is really good. And I was just like, put your foot right in it.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
She worked as a special advisor during the Blair years. And
What a surprise! Another spad who became a fucking MP and then a councillor. Have we done a school check?
She state school, but Oxford PPE, of course. It's not worth pointing out she was a spad during the Blair years. She became an MP during the Miliband years, lost her seat in 2019. Do you want to know, Kev, what she's been doing in the 5 years when Labour were out of office? Do you want to know?
Probably some sort of horrific public relations role for like baby murdering company. I don't know.
No, it was for the city that she was a lobbyist for.
So
for
I'll just say I was correct then.
She was quite literally a minister a lobbyist for the city UK, and literally the very first cabinet role that she was appointed to in fucking office before becoming the DEFRA secretary was the fucking city minister. She was literally the economic secretary to the Treasury city minister.
Can I just ask Paul Mason how this advances the working class cause? Exactly.
I'm sorry. Clearly, Kevin, you don't understand social democracy from a Marxist perspective.
Clearly, I don't. I bow down to the superior knowledge of the serial seat chaser.
Said earlier this week, we've all been talking about Peter Mandelson too much. For the Conservatives, Victoria.
I genuinely, I will pay for your ticket to Switzerland. Out of my own pocket, if you will agree to go there.
All right.
Atkins is the Shadow Environment Secretary and a former Health Secretary in Rishi Sunak's cabinet.
Oh,
She says
also,
the past
I mean, I'll give you one guess, although you might actually get this one wrong in terms of the school check.
Okay. Because she's a girl, so she can't go to Eton, can she? Is there a girl? Is there a girl Eton?
I mean, she did go to private school, right?
Hang on. Sheaton,
but she didn't go to Oxford.
Oh no, St Andrews.
No, she went to Cambridge.
Oh, for fuck! You deked me out. I thought, well, if she said not Oxford, it's not going to be Cambridge then, surely. No, yeah.
No, I baited you. Bait and switch.
Unbelievable. Which college?
Oh, I didn't check it. It's worth pointing out Emma Reynolds was state educated, even if she did go to Oxford.
Yeah. Well, they do allow some class traitors in there. I mean, Keith is famously from a very working class background. But he's a class traitor, so it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pebble-Semi, mum was a hospital. Yeah.
Weeks have exposed Keir Starmer's poor judgment and that he is now finished. Daisy Cooper is deputy leader of the Liberal Democrats. She's accused Labour of looking...
Okay, I don't want to be that guy, but we've got 3 of the smuggest women ever. Literally, like, the embodiment of liberal identity politics doesn't work. Just having representation for the sake of it doesn't fucking work. Because like, I don't support all women. Some of you are garbage, and we have 3 such cases on the panel tonight.
And it is funny as well, is that like the peak moment for shitty liberal led poll I saw recently. It was like this person saying, "Oh, we need to get women to have access to this incredibly exclusive rich person's like male like gentleman's club," and I'm just like, have you considered all of the working class women in this country that don't have access to anything like that?
Yeah, I would have all of those clubs bulldozed.
Literally, 100%.
I would close Israel down, steal their bulldozers, and use them for good purposes in like Kensington and fucking Harrow and wherever else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's a lineup of Karens. It really is. I think the collective now is a bitch of Karens.
Yeah,
I believe.
Well, I will say Daisy Cooper, University of Leeds, but she was privately educated.
Oh, so she stepped down to the University of Leeds. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fosmos. Debate night had young voters special parties of in the Scottish one. I haven't watched that yet, but I'm going to.
Fucking Jackie Bailey on. She's like 60.
Yeah.
She'd been in office longer than some of the other panelists had been alive.
reminds me of the old, the fucking, the group of 60-year-olds, the Young Conservative Association.
Literally.
Yeah.
Just the Mr. Burns, like how with wearing Jimbo's hat.
Yeah.
And like
How do you do, fellow
fare?
kids? Yeah.
Literally, it's Steve Buscemi.
Looking like continuity conservatives, says the public are fed up with the soap opera. Zia Youssef is Reform UK's Home Affairs spokesperson. He's welcomed a series of Tory defections to his party, but says no more will be allowed after May the 7th. And Rachel Millwood is the co-deputy leader
Also,
of
Zia
the
Youssef,
Green
privately
Party.
educated.
Yeah, obviously.
Privately educated at Hampton School and then went to LSE.
Deputy leader of Wealdon Council, where she serves as a Green councillor.
Green Queen!
Although I will
She's
point
also-
out, privately educated, went to Oxford.
Yeah.
Just literally every single person on this panel was either privately educated or went to Oxford. There's one that or Oxbridge rather. There's one that's state educated. All four of the others were all privately educated.
Yeah.
And three of them went to fucking Oxbridge.
Yeah. Well, I've said my favourite piece of like nonsense to show how deeply ingrained the class system is that even like fascist parties, like, did you know, for instance, that Nick Griffin was a Cambridge graduate?
I didn't know that, but it's not surprising.
Literally, even the fucking BNP is run by the upper class. Jesus!
Literally. I mean, it happened. It's not just us as well. Like, Benazir Bhutto went to fucking Oxford, right?
Yeah.
We don't just incubate every single politician in our country. Apparently, we incubate the politicians in other countries,
Well, this
too.
happens all the time. I think I might have mentioned this before, but you know, Kim Jong-un is like big friends with Dennis Rodman, the former basketball player.
Yeah.
And he's literally been to North Korea and all this stuff. And I was like, how the fuck did that connection happen? And it comes from the fact that Kim Jong-un was privately educated in Switzerland, naturally, whilst, the people back home were literally starving to death during the 90s. Yeah. And Dennis Rodman was a big NBA star in Switzerland. Basketball's quite big, apparently. And so he became a fan of Dennis Rodman, and he connected with him when he was in New York at the UN or something. Anyway, and they became friends. So
sitcom.
It's exactly. That is a buddy cop movie waiting to happen.
Literally.
Also running to be the mayor of Sussex and Brighton in 2028. Good evening, welcome to our panel, welcome to our audience here in Maidenhead, great to see you, and of course welcome to you at home. Joining the conversation on social media if you so wish, or just sit back and see what everyone's got to say here. Right, let's kick off with our first question, which is from Mark Welsh.
Hello, yes. Following yesterday's yet more horrific attacks on Jewish people in London, what can be done to ensure more safety and security for this community across the country?
So, I'm sure none of you need telling.
the
two
Kafir.
Jewish men were stabbed.
Yeah, have we thought about curtailing everyone else's right to free expression? And kill all the poor.
Indeed so. And also, I think the most important thing, very specifically, is ensuring that we do not talk about actual safety at all, and instead spend the rest of the debate talking about Israel and Palestine.
Yes.
Stabbed in Golders Green in North London, and that follows a series of attacks on the Jewish community in recent months. Victoria.
Right, but it's very interesting that there's also been a spate of attacks on Muslims. And indeed, like I say, that Sikh woman who was thought to be a Muslim. We don't hear about those ones, though, do we? The Muslim community are not getting tens of millions of pounds of taxpayers' money. The head of the police force isn't asking for a special unit to defend Muslims. Interesting double standard.
Yeah. And again, just in general, it is important to understand that there is a heightened tension towards loads of different minority communities. The Jewish community is included in that. Additional resources to be able to protect these people is warranted. The difference is that why is it that all the other communities get disregarded? Because they're all under continual attacks too. We had like petrol bombs thrown into mosques. Just in the same, we've seen synagogues attacked. We've seen queer people attacked in the street, put into hospital. There are so many different communities that do need protecting. Why that we are suddenly getting state investment into replacing ambulances at Hatzola, and we're getting continual discussions about how the Met Police have got extra millions and millions of pounds just available to them willy-nilly to be able to do these things with this one community, which again, they should, and yet the other communities don't get this at all.
Yeah. Also, for the Americans, yes, Maidenhead is a real thing, and not just a thing I made up to do that joke earlier. It is a real place. I've not been there.
Well, first of all, obviously, all of our thoughts and prayers go to the Jewish community, our friends and neighbours. But I was speaking to the Jewish Leadership Council this morning. And
why does she always sound like she's just got done, like being the singer in a hardcore band?
So true.
Like, just Jesus Christ, a bit of cough medicine, take the edge off that.
they told me that thoughts and prayers are not enough. They want action. And I think this is a real question for us all. As Kemi has said, this is a national emergency, and we now...
Who's Kenneth? I don't know who that is. But apparently he said something, so let's hear.
Now must lean into it. What does that mean? It means, for example, there are questions about the prevent definition. There is a genuine question for the Home Secretary whether the prevent definition is too narrow, whether it needs to be broadened to include this sort of attitude and approach. I would widen it further, though. I would say, well, we know that anti-Semitism is coursing through university campuses. What is the education sector?
I think you mean there are protests about genocide happening. That's what you actually mean by that. There are anti-genocide campaigners on campuses that you don't politically agree with, and you're ironically going to use the victimisation of Jewish people in real, actual events to try and push your political narrative, you sick bastard.
Yep, students and NHS workers, the real demons here, aren't they, Kevin?
It's the free parking signs that get me. Why are they taunting everybody?
Secretary doing to stop that? I, as former health secretary, started the work in the NHS to ensure that Jewish patients
I
feel
fucking
safe
called it.
getting the care they need and deserve. And my question to the health secretary is, what is he doing to build on that? But there is a bigger question.
And my question to you is, have you thought about Geneva for a holiday?
I think for us in politics as a whole, there's a legitimate question. And only today we have seen toing and froing from Zach Polanski, the leader of the Greens, and we have seen...
You know when they say, when you're receiving a lot of flack, it's because you're above the target? Yeah, he's very, very above the target right now. Which is why you're getting, you know, Labour politicians like Ed Balls going mental.
Sadly, 2 arrests of Green Council candidates for anti-Semitic comments. And so the question for us in politics is...
Well, that's really interesting, given that Conservatives were so outraged when it happened to Lucy Connolly. You don't seem to have a problem with elected officials being arrested for the same thing, no?
Quite.
What can we do to clear up the mess in the political arena, as well as ensure that has wider ramifications across society? And the one thing I think that the Prime Minister can do to show that he gets this as a first step is to say that he will ban those marches that have been dominated...
Hey, conflation! Brilliant.
There we go. I called it. I'm quite literally Nostradamus, chat. I see through the veil.
We can do Zionist bingo, we really can. It's just so obvious the bullshit Hasbro nonsense they're going to fucking... These bought and paid for losers are going to come out with. How the fuck is banning marches about a country 1,000 miles away protecting Jewish people here? In fact, given that there are large numbers of Jewish people who attend that rally, what you're actually doing is taking away rights from British Jews.
Literally, there was a march that happened yesterday because of these attacks and the response that had signs that said Keir Starmer Jew harmer, anti-Zionism equals terrorism, and the Israeli flag. And I'm just like, why? What does the Israeli flag, like, what does the Israeli flag have to do with anything that's happened over the last 3 days? Because we've been continually trying to say there's a demarcation between the Jewish community in the UK and the actions of the State of Israel, and people are intent. They are intent of trying to claim that they are one and the same. It's fucking insane. Because
this is the problem. Zionists are very much like Nazis, and I mean this quite literally, in that the argument Nazis make is that Jewish people can't be British. They can't be French, they can't be American, they can't be any of these things. They are Jewish and only have allegiance to their Jewishness. A thing that most Jewish people around the world reject and that I think is a despicable concept, but a thing that absolutely is the core foundation point of the Israeli state.
And not just that they are only Jewish, but they are specifically Israeli, right? That their actual nationality, which in the case of British Jews is British, is circumvented by the existence of Israel, because that's their justification for wanting these people to leave.
Yes. So both the Nazi and the Zionists consider British Jews to not be British, but to be outsiders.
Well, this is why I think there's this huge generational divide with this stuff as well. It's that most young people have grown up in a world in which national boundaries and the idea of the nation state as being some kind of broader representation of a national community have been broken down by the basic human fact of people moving around the world, right? Like, this has always been the case. The idea that the nation state model in which every single ethnic group would be confined to their nation state was never going to be a long-term thing. It was a short-term project to prevent wars in the wake of what happened in World War II, to create states with which that you could define borders. And those things have shifted in terms of the demographics that live there. Older people continually think that. I literally had someone in my comments saying, it's like saying that you think that somehow Italians are not distinct from the nation of Italy. And I'm thinking, obviously they are. Obviously, I just like Jews are totally separate from the nation of Israel, right? But that there's this concept that's kind of deeply ingrained in the mind of people who grew up in the post-war consensus. It's difficult to be able to move them away from, even when those states were based upon the existing demographic groups that lived in those areas, were colonial entities created via settler colonialism. They can't differentiate between these two things. Otherwise, if that is your genuine belief in terms of ethnic groups and states that get set up for colonial ends, then somehow that means that English people and British people have some indelible link with Australia, which clearly we don't.
Yeah. It's interesting to use Italy as an example, which is especially stark given that Italians have existed for centuries, millennia even, and the Italian nation state has existed for 150 years. Like, it's a really modern one. A unified Italian
super
state.
modern, yeah.
Like, at least Britain can say we've kind of existed for like 500 years or something, or maybe a bit more, depending on exactly your definition. But Italy's very new. Like,
the idea of that the nation state of Britain is based upon some kind of unified ethnicity, when that's never been the case, and we have been consistently colonized over and over and over again. So much so that our kind of ethnic diversity in the UK, even before we had the waves of migration post World War II, is incredibly muddy and in no way uniform at all. There's a maybe unifying national culture or national belief system or whatever, and that's actually what I think binds communities together within states. It is shared beliefs and shared community, not shared ethnicity. That is something that is far more of a better way of creating statehood than what particular ethnic group exists there.
Also, has there been a nation unification that ever spawned more naming of biscuits than the Italian? I don't think so.
Literally so true.
Our cities over months and months and months now, pro-Palestine, but also we know breeding grounds of anti-Semitism. Those.
We know this, do we? Do we know this?
I am going to have to ask you for a source there. And
citation needed.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, the only acceptable answer would be your own rectum, because that's where you pulled that from.
Those marches of hate must be stopped.
Geneva's good, but like, you can go to any place in that general area, I think, would be good for you. That's all I'll say.
And we, as a society, are standing with the Jewish community to say this is enough.
How is you removing the right of the Jewish bloc to march in solidarity with the people of Palestine, protecting Jewish people? Please do riddle me that one.
We will not have this on our time and on our watch.
Anyone clapping that can fucking join the fucking queue for Switzerland. All of you cunts. All of you fucking vermin.
Rachel, I'm going to come to you, obviously. First of all, these two Green Party candidates have been arrested on suspicion of stirring up racial hatred. They were detained.
Wow, this is literally just a smear job then. So this entire bit is not, let's talk about defending Jewish people. This is just, let's attack the Greens. Just going to attack the Greens.
No mention of the anti-Semitism anywhere else that's been clearly displayed by every other party. But no, it's just the Greens that are the problem.
Yep.
by the Metro.
No, not going to mention. I presume when she gets to Zia Yusuf, she'll mention the fact that was it 3 candidates have had to step down from the Reform Party because of their links to the BNP. But no, anti-Semitism's only the Greens, obviously.
Metropolitan Police this morning. What's your comment on that?
Well, first, I need to comment on the attack that happened yesterday, and it is horrifying. The rise in anti-Semitism in this country is real, it's undeniable, it's horrific, and it's abhorrent, and we are all, I'm sure, disgusted by it. And the Green Party stands absolutely united in wanting to create a society without hate, where we actually learn to live together.
Danger thinks that's such a good point. Like, literally a party that joined with the fucking DUP going on about hate marches. Do you want to look at the Orange Order at all?
Literally so true.
They literally have bonfires every year where they stack up. It's actually quite impressive on a kind of I don't know, construction basis, because they go like 50, 80 feet in the air, these piles of wood and pallets and stuff, and then they put on like effigies of like Irish people they don't like and the Irish flag, and they burn it. But that's not hateful, that's just good fun.
I mean, yeah, like the protection that sectarians get in the 6 county.
Anyway, oh, hello there, Mixed Vivian Wolf. Everyone go and follow Mixed Vivian Wolf immediately.
With our differences, that we learn that from an early age, and that we really all stand together against any form of racial hatred and certainly against anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a problem in the UK right now. That appalls me.
So what about these 2 Green Party candidates, Rachel, saying things like resistance is freedom, with an image of an armed man wearing a Hamas...
Yeah, that is literally true, by the way.
And again, like, you can criticise the fact that there is potential Hamas connotations there. Supporting prescribed terrorist groups is illegal, right? But trying to impugn the phrase resistance is freedom, where, yeah, like, under international law, the Palestinians have the right to resist a military belligerent occupation. That's just true.
Yeah.
Headband. Another saying ramming a synagogue isn't anti-Semitism, it's revenge. Those are Green Party candidates.
And again, just to bear in mind the old adage, which is so true, that a liberal will support every freedom movement except one that's currently happening.
Yeah, 100%.
So they'll happily support a statue of Nelson Mandela in Parliament Square, especially given that it's right next to, or not right next to, but next to Churchill statue, which is funny because he'd be rolling in his grave if he weren't too fat to roll. Yeah, so that's nice. But we'll go on about how resistance to racism and colonialism and ethnic cleansing and genocide is bad now? Somehow?
Yeah. And I will reiterate, this person who shared a post saying ramming synagogues is revenge is fucking scum. Absolute scum. Get the fuck out of my party.
Yeah.
Those comments are abhorrent.
So why didn't you suspend them?
They are going through disciplinary process. The reality is that it would be utterly ridiculous for any political party here to suggest there is no anti-Semitism within their party, no racism within their party. We have 235,000 members, and of course...
Flex. Just get a cheeky little humble brag in there. You'd love to see it.
It's true. I mean, to be fair, she is wrong here. She can't claim there to be anti-Semitism within the Labour Party, because that would involve them having members.
That is true. The modern problems require modern solutions. Is no members, no anti-Semitism.
So true. So true.
That's the thing. Have you thought about with the waiting lists? What about if we just kill all the people on waiting lists? No more waiting lists.
The streeting hash like X led better.
Yeah, exactly. I apologise for just writing the next white paper for the health minister there. Fuck! I gave him the idea. The monkey's paw curls again. No.
But will not share our values in actual fact, and so we're doing everything we can do to address that.
But the reality is, everything you can do, Rachel, why haven't you booted them out?
Well, I think they are.
Literally, pause.
In fact, I think you're saying
literally, like, she's coming here and saying these people have engaged in bigotry. They should be just expelled without a disciplinary process. Which, again, that's in total contravention of the reality of how these parties are supposed to work. You cannot just kick people out for saying things you don't like. You have to have rules in place to ensure that what they say goes against your party constitution, and then remove them, right?
Yes.
But again, we did this. The Green Party did this expulsion of people who engaged in bigotry when we kicked transphobes out of our party. And the press response was, how dare you not give these people a fair disciplinary process? Or indeed was, how dare you expel them for being transphobic? Like, just engaging in disciplinary processes at all was bad against these people, despite the fact that they engaged in transphobia.
Well, no,
because,
but
again,
under-
transphobia is an acceptable bigotry to our media. In fact, an applauded bigotry by our media. Anti-Semitism is across the line, and I'm like, no, these are both things that are bad and both things that should be involved, but they should both go through proper disciplinary processes in both cases.
Well, exactly. And when Corbyn was leader of the Labour Party, merely the hint that he might have had any influence over the expulsion of anyone or the disciplinary proceedings against any person, up to and including Ken Livingstone, if I recall correctly, that was too much. The media attacked him relentlessly. You can't. This is supposed to be impartial. This is supposed to be a proper due process for these people, blah blah blah. But now it's like, no, you need to just kick them out.
You must intervene. You must intervene in these cases of anti-Semitism, when literally that was the exact charge leveled against Jeremy Corbyn for trying to expedite claims of anti-Semitism to ensure that there was a resolution.
Literally.
Being arrested is now a police matter. But
Sure,
we are
of course,
the
but
only,
before
we
it was
are
a
the
police
only
matter, you could have
party-
taken action yourselves.
I think so. What's happening is, as soon as we have any kind of indication that anyone's been even close to the line of anti-Semitism, those are being investigated, and there is
I do just have to address this. Apologies. Someone called MX Vivian Wolf. I don't know who that is. Anyway, they say fact checking is good. Never take anything dumb streamer people say for granted. Look, just because you can't be perfect, like us streamers, you know, the racially superior streamer class, if you will, you vieweroids out there, come on now, you shouldn't fact check us. You should just believe us without any looking into it whatsoever. I learned that from Clavicula.
really swift action. Let's be real, we are the only party in the UK that has a Jewish leader. Zach Polanski is one of only 5 Jewish leaders we've ever...
Okay. I get why they're doing that. It is a bit libby.
I mean, they use it against us. Fuck it, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be like, oh, this is disgraceful and resign from the party or anything. but it's still a bit like, you know, I can't be racist. Some of my best me are black. Like, no, of course you can be anti-Jewish. Zionists. The Jewish Zionists are like the most anti-Semitic people there are. Well, other than maybe like genocidal Nazis. I repeat myself.
I mean, like,
ever had a political party. He personally...
I mean, but in general, like it's true that you can be anti-Semitic and to be Jewish. You can be somebody who is anti-Semitic and join a party led by a Jew, right? But the idea that there's this huge problem of Green Party anti-Semitism when literally all of us are campaigning to make a Jew prime minister seems a bit off.
Yeah, it's not a thing that anti-Semites generally tend to want, a Jewish prime minister, really.
Experiences anti-Semitism every single day, and I'm proud to stand with a Jewish leader and a Muslim deputy and to, do what we can for unity.
Love it, the Muffin Man getting some love. Beautiful.
And that's what we all need to be doing. We need to sort of stop playing political football with this and really say, how do we build societies? We need to invest in community cohesion. We need to invest in our education systems from the beginning so that people learn how to...
Just the phrase community cohesion literally made Zia Yusuf's penis fall off.
Well, it's crazy, right? She's making very important statements here about the reality that we need to educate people out of bigotry. And yet, if it was another form of bigotry, the right wing would be going, how dare you indoctrinate our children into your woke, new age world of equality and anti-bigotry, right? Yeah. If we were teaching kids to not be homophobic or transphobic or Islamophobic, right, the right wing would go, this is woke indoctrination. Yeah. Suddenly, a different minority is involved. Suddenly, they are all up in arms and saying, oh, actually, this is not enough. It's not enough. We need to expel people for wrong think. And I'm like, yeah, we should expel people for being anti-Semitic, but that should also extend to other bigotries as well.
True. But what I will say also is that, like, what happened to the constant railing against two-tier policing? Now that literally the chief constable of the Metropolitan Police has said he wants a specific unit for protecting just Jewish people. So there's a special Jew guardian police or whatever.
I mean, they already have Shomrim, right? Like,
well, yeah, but no, but specifically like a secular, I presume, organisation to protect Jewish people. What happened? Why isn't that two-tier justice? Do I not deserve to be protected for not being Jewish? Like, come on! Like, it's the double standard here is just fucking remarkable.
Live together safely across difference. You know, the Jewish community must feel safe here. It is absolutely abhorrent and heartbreaking what's
listen,
happening.
I will bring the rest of the panel in, but since you mentioned Zach Polansky and community cohesion, you got the head of the Met
Oh
today
my fucking
effectively
God.
accusing Zach Polansky of stoking...
So this is shit on Green Party hour, is it? But that's literally what this show is now.
the opposite of that, through retweeting comments about the police being heavy-handed when it came to arresting the suspect. Mark Rowley has written to Zach Polansky, maybe you've got a response, I don't know, and basically saying that Zach, this kind of inaccurate and misinformed commentary that contributes to rising tensions that we see in society, and it undermines officer confidence to act. That is what the head of the Met is accusing Zach Polansky of doing. What's your response to that?
Well, look, I'm extremely grateful to the people in the emergency services who responded. I'm sure it was beyond terrifying, and these people are brave, well-trained, and they do, I'm sure...
Fucking libs. Fucking
Lib
libs.
shit. Lib shit. Like, if everything you know full well is people are not trained.
Look, I'm not saying come the revolution you need to watch yourself. I'm just saying it's going to be difficult to put in a good world with the central command. Just, you know, just saying.
A brilliant job.
So when your leader retweeted a tweet that was criticising...
Retweeted! Just want to make it very clear, this is a fucking retweet.
Yeah. That's what the major political news story has led off with. Not this got sort of brought up apropos of something. No. They have led off with the Green Party is shit because of a retweet. Cool. So not the police are violent lunatics. Not Jewish people are actually under attack. What can we do to prevent this? No, just the Green man did a tweet. Actually, no, he didn't even do a tweet. He retweeted a tweet. Oh, this timeline is fucking rancid. Oh,
Normal.
I hate it.
Extremely normal.
So the most normal.
Do you echo that?
I haven't actually seen the retweet, so I'm not quite sure.
You really, that's unacceptable. I'm sorry, Rachel, that is fucking unacceptable. You knew they were gonna fucking ask you this. You must have known this. And you didn't see it, you didn't look at it, you didn't think, maybe I should have some kind of opinion on this. That's bollocks. Don't fucking do that. That's like some fucking Keir Starmer, oh, I didn't see the documentation bullshit. Don't fucking talk shite to me. Either you have seen it and you're lying, which I don't think is the case, or you're woefully unprepared for this.
Yeah, 100%. Like, no one buys it. Like when Pat McFadden said the same thing about other things.
Yeah. It's right. No, it's just dreadful. It reminds me when Arsene Wenger used to say, when one of his players like got away with something horrific, he'd say, I didn't see it. You were sat next to the pitch. What do you mean you didn't fucking see it? What were you doing exactly? What, scrolling through Twitter at the time, were you? Anyway.
Sure what he was looking at there. Of course, police response always needs to be proportionate. Of course it does. But the headline here is what do we do about rising anti-Semitism and making sure that we don't have hate in our society. And that is all narratives of hate. We cannot have divisive language setting one community against another. We all need to be learning to live together peacefully.
Man at the very back with their glasses.
Thank you. So my wife's Jewish and travels regularly into London. She proudly wears the Star of David's, and I'm getting increasingly concerned with the escalation of incidents in London. Getting increasingly concerned for her. Now, I actually think the government committed a spectacular own goal in categorising Palestine Action as a terrorist group. I think it completely deflects from these marches where my wife and I have both been in attendance and seen lots of anti-Semitic comments.
Really? Do you want to give us any evidence that any of that happened? Because I've been on lots of those marches. I haven't seen it.
I mean, they think that in lots of cases we've seen the claims of anti-Semitism have been saying from the river to the sea, or, you know, talk about intifada.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I think...
And do you agree with...
Also, like, it's so weird, because I thought he was going to make a based point. It was like, it was bad that they prescribed that non-terrorist group as a terrorist group. Okay, I'm listening. Because actually what they should do is prescribe all of them as terrorists! Or something. I don't know what he's fucking saying.
Called by the Conservatives to ban those marches?
I think that they can be policed differently and should be policed differently. I mean...
By kicking them in the fucking head! Because that's just allowed now.
And at the very least, this seems to be a far more, like, nuanced answer than we're getting from all the politicians, right? Him going, well, we don't want to ban them, we just want to police them better. You know, maybe if there are anti-Semitic acts, like, remember the people who had, like, the paraglider patches on their jackets?
True, but that was, like, that was 2 years ago, and it was once.
I mean, that's literally the case, isn't it? Right? And the thing is that people keep saying, "Oh, there's so much anti-Semitism and people do nothing about it." I'm like, they do things about it. These people engaged in what? I mean, not necessarily anti-Semitism, but they engaged in support for a terrorist organization or alleged support for a terrorist organization, and they were arrested over it. Like, things were done. They were policed.
Yeah. I've been to several pro-Palestine marches since October the 7th, 2023. A date we should never be allowed to forget, obviously. And I have not heard any anti-Semitism, and if I did, I would ask that person to kindly go fuck themselves.
Literally.
But I haven't heard anything.
This has been going on for 18 months, 2 years now. There doesn't seem to be a real level of control from the government.
There is! They literally, you have to agree your protest route with the fucking Met weeks in advance so that you understand, and you can't leave it. And there are like Section 33 orders in place to remove face coverings. There is lots of policing and lots of control. There are very, very specific routes. These marches, you can tell that these people do not know what they're talking about when they say shit like this. It's why the right wing will do protests and get arrested all the time because they don't follow proper protest protocol because they don't do them, right?
Yeah. Also, it's been going on for 18 months, 2 years, whatever, because Israel hasn't stopped doing the genocide in that time. Maybe if that happened, the protests would stop. Have we thought about that? Have we thought about that as a possibility? Maybe not doing the genocide, and then maybe people would just stay at home on the weekends or go to the cinema or something, you know? Or is that anti-Semitic because I criticised Israel there?
Appreciate the police are in a difficult position, but there is a lot of...
No. The pile driver is a difficult position. The police are being paid a lot of money to brutalise innocent people on behalf of capital. That's not a difficult position. That's authoritarian.
Comments and hate speech and anti-Semitism that does take place at these events, that is, I think, the police just cop a deafen towards it. I would just like to add...
Oh yeah, the police have been so light touch with the left. 100%. Honestly, lads, yeah, the kid gloves. This kettling is so soothing to me. Yeah, fuck off, mate.
Very quickly, that...
Again, you mentioned him earlier, Tomlinson was literally walking away from the police and was pushed in the back and died. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh yeah, the police are so fucking softly with protesters or whatever. He wasn't even he was a fucking newspaper seller on his way home. Just happened to be in the wrong part of town.
Zach Polanski has made his comments on Israel very clear, but has, as far as I'm concerned, not made his points heard at all in terms of protection of British Jews. The two incidents are so separate, but people are very, very quick to conflate the two.
You just conflated the two. You're the one who said, oh, he's made his thing on Israel known. What's that got to do with anything? Except, of course, if you are conflating this incident with the state of Israel. Checkmate. Checkmate, fucking Hasbroid.
Woman here in the green jumper.
Wow, that applause is staggering.
Deafening.
Did I just hear two plants clapping?
I would really like to have politicians modelling a lack of more inclusive practice. I think it starts at the top with our politicians who are democratically elected, who are responsible for the safety and the security of our society. And I'd like to see a cross-party response so that we get everybody's heads together to address what everybody is agreeing is an increasingly difficult issue for our society.
Okay, man, a little bit further along with that.
Okay, what we need is like a soundboard thing that's just an explainer for politics and how working together and consensus is bullshit. And that you making that point, and there's always one fucking briefcase wanker in the audience who makes the point. Why can't they all just get along and work together? They believe different things. That's why there are different parties. Otherwise, there would literally be one party, and they would all agree, and we wouldn't need a fucking parliament, would we? Fucking hell. Basically, have that, but like more concise, so we can just hit that button and just not have to deal with this fucking wank every week.
The white t-shirt and the grey shirt, yes.
So I just want to echo a little bit of what the lady just said there, in the sense that, you know,
oh, for fuck's sake, press the button!
Attacks that we've seen, they are horrific. They're only the peak of the mountain, if you like, in the sense that we have deeper social problems, right?
Yes.
I don't think we'll ever be able to eliminate hate, so that's a kind of a false, dream. But what we need to do is lead by example, right? And it doesn't help, I believe, when you have councillors who have not been properly vetted, perhaps, who come along and voice opinions that actually come back and haunt them, but also can...
I know, I sort of get where he's coming from, but I would...
This happened in Tories and Reform as well, right?
Well, exactly, yeah. But, like, the broader problem with the political discourse is the deliberate harshening of that tone when it comes to things like migration, right? So the fact that even now you have repeated, and they do this deliberately, so this is why I'm referring to them this way, repeated multiple brown Home Secretaries, women Home Secretaries, who were put in place as the soft, nice, acceptable, palatable face of ridiculously draconian immigration policy. Horrifically so, targeted mostly and specifically at brown people. And again, it is because, notice, when we had an influx of, they're considered white now at least, Ukrainians, not only did the government welcome them in, they fucking paid you to fucking house them in your own gaff. Like, literally the opposite of what they do with brown people. Where we suggest creating wave machines or just machine gunning the boats in the channel.
I mean, I've not seen the latest one, Kev.
No,
the latest one.
No, go on.
Winston Marshall, former banjo player for Mumford & Sons and son of insane right-wing smear tycoon Paul Marshall, said that there should be a wall of mines in the channel.
Well, that would be interesting for P&O, doing their shuttle to fucking Calais and back, I think.
I mean, that's the thing about the right. It's not only are they evil, they're also incredibly fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's the busiest shipping lane on Earth. How the fuck do you think that's possibly going to work? Let alone the fact that it's hideously monstrous and illegal. let's not worry that. Let's not mind the fact that, that's also shared international waters in many cases with France.
I mean, it's like, it's impressive they managed to find someone with a more demented idea than Priti fucking Patel.
Yeah, literally. But anyway, yeah, posh boys be posh boying, I guess.
Conflate the issue. So we need to figure out how our politicians can lead by example right from the start, from A to B, vetting and the way that they...
Yeah, maybe don't have the Prime Minister going on about fucking islands of strangers. Things like that. Maybe don't make... Literally, the fucking BBC today, I didn't even read the story because I was so disgusted by it. The fucking headline was, small boat migrant is convicted of X, Y and Z crime. So... it's not just migrant anymore. There is specifically a small boat migrant.
Well, they're literally manufacturing consent for fucking Southport Part 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah. Like, it's just the deliberate harshening of the tone of all of this is the beginning point of it. The again, the genocide isn't just an act that starts with Auschwitz. It's the harshening of political rhetoric and the othering of minorities that lead to that place.
100%. And the thing as well is that full well the journalists will scour the conviction records to find people who've been former like asylum seekers or whatever, and then will deliberately increase the salience of those stories, regardless of whether it fits into a broader narrative or whether it fits into broader data that shows that they are a unique problem. When white people get convicted of fucking horrendous crimes every day and you don't get the same coverage, and it's not white person does this, it's not WASP does this, it's not Christian does this.
Yeah.
They talk and communicate through the media.
Zia, what more can be done?
Yeah, well, look, I think the levels of anti-Semitism in this country now, the levels of extremism are intolerable. But
well, you should leave reform then, really. If you finally realise that that's the case.
Yeah, extremism is bad. I agree, Zia.
Yeah. Also, yes, what we need to do, that's the wrong body of water to mine. We need to mine Loch Ness to get that fucking monster.
So true.
Correct. Because he's probably foreign, I reckon. Come over on a small boat, got trapped in an inland lake.
I think it is important we understand what time it is in this country. We now...
It is 10 to 5.
10 to 5. Also, hey, Realm Cop here in chat. It's been a while since I've seen you in chat. And it's been a while since you've uploaded. I've had to watch Mac 212 instead. It's a real downgrade.
I don't... I don't know what that is.
Okay, it's not a reference you're going to realise.
Is it a nerd thing?
No, it's a Formula 1 thing.
Yes is the answer then.
Yeah.
Have a well-organised force in politics, and in some cases is polling second in national polls, that frankly has become a poisonous vessel for extremism and anti-Semitism. And we can...
Well, no, Reform are polling first. What are you talking about? They're not polling second.
Sorry, Can't Give a Duck says that's no way to refer to Anas Sarwar as the Loch Ness Monster.
I wish Anas Sarwar would fucking disappear. That'd be nice. I wish Anas Sarwar was as real as the
Loch Ness Monster. So true.
Yeah. Although to be fair, he has as much chance of becoming First Minister as the Loch Ness Monster. So.
Also, hang on a minute. Whoa. Mark Rowley's just been on Times Radio, by the way.
Okay.
Saying that I'm not intervening in politics. Zach Polanski was intervening in operational policing with a retweet! Intervening via a retweet. I am losing my fucking mind, Chad.
Okay, he's an elected official in London. You are the head of the Metropolitan Police Force Service. Sorry. Yeah, he's allowed to do that. He's literally allowed. In fact, he is elected by the people of his constituency to do that.
And it's worth pointing out that if he had actually intervened via his role as a member of the London Assembly, that would have been reasonable for them to have some kind of discussion privately between the two of them.
Yes.
Not obviously have a press release and an open letter. But you have done what that response was in response to a fucking retweet.
Yeah, like literally, I assume he would answer the phone to you, given that you are the head of the Metropolitan Police Force and he is a London politician. I assume if you rang him, you could have a chat. He might even meet. You could have some 11s together, perhaps, and discuss the issue. What you did was grandstand by issuing a formal fucking press release as an overt political action during the purdah period of a fucking election.
Incredible scenes. This guy needs to go. He absolutely must resign.
But Keir Starmer has shown that he won't resign when he gets fucking Yum Yum a job. Not the only fucking friend of a nonce he tried to make an ambassador. He has multiple of those things. So, like, why would he do this? Look, he hasn't attacked Keir Starmer, so why would he sack him?
Honestly, this country, so normal.
It's the most normal ever!
Go through, well, you may scoff at that, but let's go through the evidence, shall we? So number one, as has already been pointed out, just today we found out 2 Green councillors, candidates had been arrested by the police for anti-Semitism, one of whom said that the...
Okay, but I thought you were against hate crimes? I thought you said hate crime legislation was bad and you would repeal it.
It is very funny to me that so many people who got mad about the reporting of non-crime hate incidents, so much so that they now stopped doing this, are now going, why aren't we making sure that we have all of the information we need to keep the Jewish community safe? I'm like, that's what the non-crime hate incident reports were for.
Yep.
You were the ones who wanted rid of them. Well done, slow clap.
Yeah. Is the Reform Party going woke? Because the only thing I can take from this is it's sounding very woke right now.
Indeed.
Are you against extremism? So woke.
The stabbing in Golders Green was, quote, revenge, not anti-Semitism. Mohsin Ali, your fellow deputy leader of the Green Party, said that the actions of Hamas on October the 7th were simply them fighting back. That is a direct quote to describe the murder of over...
Yeah, fantastic context you're not giving there. Wonderful.
Yeah, like that wasn't the actions of Hamas he was talking about.
No.
1,000 innocent civilians. And the leader of the Green Party, Zach Polanski...
Sorry. 800 innocent civilians and 400 security personnel.
Yeah. But don't forget the titty football that definitely happened.
Yep.
He himself said just a few days ago that there was a big question about whether it was a real concern about safety for Jewish people in this country or simply the, quote, perceived concern of unsafety. Well, I would...
Well, yeah, because, I mean, no one is suggesting there is no attack whatsoever. The point is the fear and the response proportionate to the actual problem?
Well, then again, like, yeah, because there is actual real unsafety when it comes to people who are engaging in anti-Semitic and violence and people with very incredibly anti-Semitic opinions. And it is perceived unsafety that people will wave Palestine flags around in London sometimes.
Like,
that is perception. Again, I'm not saying that perception isn't wrong because, again, they're being told by the media to perceive these people as anti-Semitic, despite the fact that they aren't, right?
Yeah.
That is a perception of unsafety, and it is bad that they have that perception. We need to make sure that we repair that. But
yeah. Like, the perception of crime has been rising, but crime itself has been declining for decades now. The fear of immigration is directly linked to how much it gets mentioned in the media, rather than the actual numbers of people who arrive. Perception and reality are two different things. You pretending not to understand that is pretty obvious political gimmickry and very, very pathetic.
I would have thought that perhaps the 3,700 anti-Semitic incidents recorded last year alone might have convinced him. Perhaps the burning to the ground of...
recorded by the CST and other people who recorded, again, talking about pro-Palestinian sentiment.
Yeah.
Two Jewish charity ambulances may have convinced him. Turned out they didn't. Well, I wonder whether the two Jewish men now fighting for their lives as a result of being stabbed repeatedly in Golders Green might convince Zach Polanski that the threat to Jewish people is in fact real. And I'm afraid, as I said, the Green Party is no longer a party for those who care deeply about the environment. It has been hijacked by extremists and is a vehicle for sectarianism. And I'm afraid...
Okay, so you're literally just the Conservative Party attacking Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party. That's literally what this is.
I mean, you're literally the party who invited a terrorist to speak at your own party conference. Like,
yeah.
Zach Polanski should be ashamed of himself.
Zach Polanski is a Jewish man who loves his Jewish community, and in fact he did make a statement of solidarity and upset, and making it very clear that anti-Semitism is real in this country. I agree with the woman over there. I want to be working...
Can I just say, we are 15 minutes in, and they have not talked about protecting Jewish people once. They have talked about Zach Polanski being an evil Nazi for 15 minutes.
Yeah. And pro-Palestine demonstrations. Those are the two subjects of a quarter of the show. Are the Green Party being this terrible party that wants the Jewish man to be prime minister, and on top of this, they have talked about pro-Palestinian demonstrations, and it must be banned.
Yeah.
And they're not given a reason why, other than we know according to Victoria Atkins that they are breeding ground for anti-Semitism, and they've provided no fucking evidence.
Party to solve this. I love
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Leading a council and alliance, and I think it is what we must do. This is bigger than party politics, and it's not impressive to play party political football. I could sit here and quote things that Reform candidates, Reform councillors, Reform people have said, and they've been expelled, or they've been arrested, or they're now in prison, and I'm not,
Up to and including taking money from the Kremlin. Just saying.
Going to do that. I could do that. But the point is we need to move, when I talk about we need to move above hate, it's because this isn't just anti-Semitism. There is racial hatred across our societies like I haven't known in my lifetime. I'm so deeply worried about that. And you know, your party needs to take responsibility for some of the narratives around immigration which are feeding that. It is wrong. We have to work together. We have to rethink how our society is, and we have to lead with hope. And I agree, let's do it cross-party together. It's much bigger than all of this.
Look, see, I feel duty bound to say, because obviously you've had a go at the Greens for anti-Semitism. Clearly your leader came in for quite some accusations of anti-Semitism when he was at school, with 20 contemporaries from Dulwich College making it.
I'm fucking sick of hearing about what Nigel Farage said at school. We don't need to know what he said at school. He's already made anti-Semitic comments as a fucking adult. Why are we having to go back decades to the actions of a fucking stupid kid? Because all kids are stupid, let's be real, right?
Yeah.
Everyone made stupid racist comments and things like that when they were like 12 and they didn't know any better, right? Yeah. Especially not ones who grew up at a time when things were more racist. This man has made anti-Semitic comments as an adult, right?
And
he's talked about cultural Marxism and Jewish lobbies and shit like this.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. And of course, he went to a private school, and so he was being groomed at that time when we still had an empire to go and beat brown people for innocently protesting for their freedoms in a dusty town square somewhere in Africa. So the idea that there might have been a bit of racism at that school, yeah, it doesn't fucking surprise me. Of course there were. And anyway.
Literally, in 2017, live on LBC, Farage said that there was a powerful Jewish lobby in terms of its money and influence in the United States.
Interesting.
Allegations about him being anti-Semitic. Do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about Nigel's record as an adult human in the realm of politics in this country, as opposed.
What did he add human? I don't believe in Nigel Farage being an alien lizard in a human suit, trying to take over.
I mean,
but it is suspicious that he added human because she didn't mention the species. So why did you, Zia?
To things that somebody claims he said when he was a prepubescent schoolboy.
Well, it was 20 people. I take your point that it's a long time
and by
ago,
the way,
but
there
it
are
was 20
as many. Hold on, Fiona. There are as many people, contemporaneous witnesses there, who said those things didn't happen. But let's talk about Nigel's record as an adult, which I think is reasonable to do. As a British politician, I would argue not a single politician in public life today, certainly no British political leader, has done more to highlight these issues. And you're right to say that many of these issues are interconnected. There are many things that are interconnected here. And
it's literally the Trump thing. No one respects women more than me. Just say it. It doesn't mean anything. But you can just say it.
literally, and again, it's really dumb because he hasn't actually done the most to raise the salience of this issue. He's done the most to continue fucking talking about Palestine and Israel, right? Him supporting Israel and how we should support Israel bombing Iran and the illegal war, right? Because again, if we want to talk about anti-Semitism, we have to talk about his own anti-Semitic comments where he brought up cultural Marxism or where he brought up the quote-unquote Jewish lobby, right?
Yeah.
I mean, explicitly in those comments on LBC tried to link the Jewish lobby to being closely aligned with Israel, as if it's not just a lobby that is controlled by Jewish people, but specifically for the interest of Israel, thereby linking Jewish people to the Israeli government.
Yeah. Out of his way to highlight the concern and risks around Islamist extremism. I don't want to speculate about the motives of the attacker yesterday, but what we do know
so
for
actually
sure.
Doesn't care about Jews. He just cares about attacking Muslims, does he?
Yeah. Well, literally, yeah. That's the entire right-wing bit. You use the defence of Jewish people in some way that you use the defence of women and girls as a way to attack a person or a group that you don't like. It's plausible deniability, I believe.
We know for sure that the vast majority of MI5's caseload are Islamist extremism. We know that the attacker yesterday was referred to Prevent, just like Axel Rudakabana was many times, for example. We know Prevent is totally
but Axel
unfit for
Rudakabana
purpose.
wasn't a Muslim.
Yeah. But he was brown and a bit foreign. And that's enough. Again, you don't have to explicitly say it, you lead people to it. And they can make those connections themselves. It's boilerplate far-right shit.
Also know, by the way, that We are living in a country at the moment in which, sadly, sectarian politics is on the rise. Nobody was quicker to the mark in highlighting the risks of this than...
No, well, sectarianism is on the rise. Like when you lost an election and went, "Oh, the Muslims, they're bad. They did family voting. Evidence? No, just believe me. Bye." Because you're a bitch. You're a racist bitch.
And Nigel Farage. I'm very proud that he's the leader of our party.
There was a general intake of breath here when Zia was talking about Emma. It's
well, I mean, I can't think of another political party other than Reform that has stoked division in our society. I mean, I'm just flabbergasted that you can sit here and claim that Nigel Farage is this paragon of virtue. I find it completely, I mean, it's laughable, frankly. So, yeah, I mean, and I do think, you know, we've got to root out all racial hatred in all political parties. And I do think the Greens have a problem with anti-Semitism. Your deputy leader, your other deputy leader, has also said today that some of the candidates that have been suspended should take legal action against your party. So you've really got to sort out your...
But they're not members of your party. They're members of the Green Party.
Oh, worst political party name ever. But again, like, if they get unceremoniously expelled without a disciplinary process, they'll probably have a case to answer, and the Green Party will probably lose.
Yep.
Leadership. But maybe I can say a little word or two about the actual attack, which...
Yeah, please do, because we haven't talked about anything to do with the actual fucking story, and we are
a third of the way through.
18 minutes of Gough attacking the Green Party to lead off. I mean, honestly, do try and hide the fact that you're trying to manufacture consent, because it's very, very blatant right now, and thus less effective.
Was horrific yesterday, and there's obviously been rising levels of anti-Semitism in our country. And I was on the phone earlier to a friend from the Jewish community, and I know that there's real anxiety and distress. And I know that words aren't enough. We do also need to take action. But
also, I'm being told that was a misquote. He didn't say legal action. He said legal advice.
Yeah, he did say legal advice. Yeah.
Okay, so that's just good in general. Yeah.
I mean, there are some people who will have been removed for things that weren't actually anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do think words, nevertheless, are important.
But you had Keir Starmer, the local MP, being shouted down by a fair number of people when they visited.
Well, as I say, I
yeah,
totally
all of those people who were brandishing
particularly...
flags of fucking Israel, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, like, you don't get to do this stuff where we try and impugn pro-Palestine demonstrations, and then the response is, well, there's the difference between Israel and what's happening in the UK. And the people who are, again, the most at threat to conflations of Israel Jewish people running around with flags, with the Israeli flag on. I'm just like...
I will say, I do have to give them credit for co-opting a leftist kind of meme when they were chanting Starmer, Starmer, Jew harmer. Fair enough. You know what? Game recognising game. Nicely done.
In that part of London where there have been attacks in quite a small area of the capital, we had the burning of the arson attack, on the ambulance.
Maya Koyamada in chat asks, do we know what the motive was for the attack? No! Nope. We do not know what the motive was for the attack. Everyone has assumed the motive already.
Yeah.
We're having all this conversation without any actual looking into the motive being done at all.
Well, exactly. Everyone has assumed the motive. Everyone has assumed the reason why this person was radicalized. Everyone is assuming guilt. Everyone is assuming everything. And apparently, innocent until proven guilty, and like police investigation doesn't mean anything anymore. Like apparently that's no, fuck that. When it comes to brownoids, they don't deserve due process. Sorry, not due process. Due process.
Due process. Do you want to get Joe Birded out of the Green Party?
Literally.
Which was only a couple of streets away. So I totally understand that there's a real sense of anxiety and distress in the Jewish community. And so let me just say what we're doing about it. But I also want to say that we stand in solidarity with the Jewish community, and we'll do all that we can to keep...
Except all those Jews you kicked out of your party. Those are the bad Jews, though, right?
the community safe and root out anti-Semitism. But we are boosting funding for security measures around synagogues and Jewish schools. We are preventing hate preachers from coming to our country. And on the question that the chap at the back raised around...
Well, you say that, but you literally invited probably the most prominent hate preacher in the world on a second state visit. Really not that long ago. That in the form of Donald John Trump.
Yeah, also from Maya Koyamada asks in chat, were you also assuming he did this for political reasons, or was there, if there was a motive at all? Or if he had a mental health crisis, it was a robbery gone wrong? Well, he literally stabbed someone 2 hours earlier. A guy called Ishmael Hussein, you know, your famous Jewish name there. And that's gone like totally unreported. It's gone totally unreported. I mean, literally, he's been charged with all three. The Met Police have confirmed he's been charged with all three counts of attempted murder, and the press are reporting like it's 2. They are literally saying 2 counts of attempted murder when it is literally 3.
Yep. But that's not the narrative. You've got to stick with the narrative.
Marches. Only earlier this week did we pass legislation to strengthen the powers of the police to both control and, in some cases, stop altogether marches where they have an impact on specific...
Yeah, you did curtail the freedoms of the British public. That's not a good thing.
Communities. So we are taking action. Of course, more needs to be done. But I also want to say this. Our Prime Minister is somebody who has a very close relationship with the Jewish community. It is rooting out anti-Semitism is a cause that is very close to his heart. And when he became...
Yeah, his beard is Jewish. Yeah.
You know what's funny, right? Is that there's going to be so much discussion now about what Keir Starmer hasn't done to protect Jews and how he's actually the kind of lots of people actually within the Jewish community can have like serious questions about the failure of protection from this government, and the press will just not give a shit because, of course, the rooting out of anti-Semitism from the Labour Party, getting them to treat Jewish people seriously, wasn't in the interest of Jewish people at all. It was just to get the left out of the party. That was literally it.
Can I just explain my joke for the straights? A beard is a woman married to a gay man in order to hide the fact that he's a gay man. So when I said his beard was Jewish, he fucks Ukrainian rent boys, just saying.
Leader of the Labour Party back in 2020.
I'm trying to think, am I making this too hard to edit out for her? I hope not.
I mean, I wasn't going to upload this anyway because we've been going for like an hour and I can't be asked editing an hour's worth of footage. Plus, we've learned nothing.
We've learned nothing. Yeah.
First thing that he did was to take steps to make sure that we had a disciplinary process that acted immediately to root out anti-Semitism, and we have cleaned up our party, and it's incumbent on all political parties on this panel to do that in their own parties.
All right, I'm going to come to you, Des. Forgive me. I know you've been waiting for it. I'll just get a bit more from our audience. Man here in the front, in the shed.
I'd just like to touch on Emma's point about cleaning up her party. I think it's fair to say the Labour Party is anything but clean at the moment and finds itself
in terms of anti-Semitism?
Well, just widely speaking of their councillors, their MPs, they've had more MPs forced to resign or step down than any other party currently in power.
Look, we're not talking about the millions of other scandals that they're engaged in, okay? Can we just stick with anti-Semitic nonsense, please?
And secondly, actually, to Zia, there's obviously a lot of...
Can we talk about the hounding of a Jewish man from the Labour Party? A lord, a long-time serving minister within the Labour Party who was hounded out for being friends with a man.
Yeah, anti-Semitism. Honest friendship.
Just pure, blatant anti-Semitism against Peter Mandelson. We stand in solidarity, King.
Incumbent councillors or councillors that are due to be elected. We've got loads of new councillors coming in from both probably the Greens and Reform based on current polling. What are both parties doing to ensure that these councillors meet the standards that the party is setting? What specifically are they doing with their vetting? Because as we can see, Labour's vetting clearly does not work based on the amount of outspoken...
Because they've not got the super brain genius doing the vetting anymore. He's not choosing the candidates, so it's gone to shit.
Also, like, why is the Conservative Party getting off scot-free here? Why aren't the Tories being scrutinised for their failures? They had a minister resign for watching porn in the House of Commons.
True.
They literally, one of them had to resign because he got sent to prison for fucking kids.
Yep. And again, Mr. Peter Bone, not literally, like sexually assaulted his intern in the most weird way possible by illegally imprisoning him by locking him in Madrid of all places in their hotel bathroom while standing outside violently masturbating and screaming abuse at him through the door.
Literally.
But the muffin man, be afraid.
Politicians in recent weeks and months, and how can this reassure the general public that the person that they're voting for is who they represent?
Okay, we're going to come on in a bit more detail, Councillor, in a minute, so forgive me. There's one in the back end with the green T-shirt.
No, I'm not arguing that, but just to address this, I do jokes about it, but like, I don't care if Keir Starmer is bisexual or gay and in a lavender marriage or whatever. I don't give a fuck. The point is, clearly there's more to that story of the terrorism and all the rest of it than we've been told, and the fact that the media are covering it all up is really fucking suspicious.
Yeah.
Like, you would think the Prime Minister being firebombed would be a big story. It is not. A man rushing past and getting nowhere near Donald Trump was way more of a story than the actual terrorism that was suffered by the Prime Minister. Just saying.
Yes.
I was going to mention, if you're going to talk about Nigel Farage's record as an adult, how about the fact that he pushed a lie of 350 million a week to the NHS during Brexit? How about the fact that he moved to America after the Brexit loss? How about the fact that he takes more money from other sources to take speeches than his government job? How about the fact that he initially supported Trump's war in Iran?
Yeah.
How about that?
Still does.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are all pertinent points to Nigel Farage, not to this question, which what can be done to protect the Jewish community? In 21 minutes and 44 seconds, have you heard a single thing that answers that question? Or even begins to approach a discussion of answering that question? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I'll give you a chance to respond. Man at the back in the white shirt. Yes.
Regards to the lady from the Green Party, you just stated that you've seen racial hatred in the country. Could you please specify where that hatred is coming from?
The media. It's coming from the media and it's coming from Reform UK and the Tories.
The Daily Mail.
Yep.
Read the Daily Mail. Actually, no, don't. But
Paul Marshall.
Yeah, exactly.
Rupert Murdoch.
Quite sure what you mean. Do you mean from the general public, or?
Well, she said there's.
He means Muslims. He's just he wants you to say Muslims. That's what he means. Sorry to break that very terrible code, but you know.
Racial hatred in the country, and I'd just like to know where she thinks it's coming from.
I mean, I was talking about the fact that there is a rise in racially motivated crime, that kind of thing. There's more and more hate crimes. There's more reports of people feeling uncomfortable, unsafe.
Yeah.
There's more
Well,
division.
you said there's racial hatred. Where do you think it's coming from?
Okay.
He means Muslims. Again, just I'm what you call a twat whisperer. I'll decode it for you.
What are you getting at exactly?
Well, where does she think this racial hatred is coming from?
What do you mean? What specific sectors
Well,
of the
I
community?
can actually say that where I think it's coming from, actually, is that we live in rip-off Britain and people are having a really, really tough time. They're struggling because their bills are going up. They're struggling because they...
I love this, right? It's because the thing is, it's partly true, but it's also so left-brained. It's very Bernie Sanders. When asked about, like, well, what about the black experience in America? And you're like, we need to tax the 1%, the billionaires. Like, okay, that's cool. But, like, reducing things down to just a monetary issue, whilst, I mean, everything is underpinned by the economics of it and the concrete reality of your existence, but that doesn't connect with people necessarily in every instance.
I mean, I think I would agree with Akala that I think that the people are racist because they're unhappy with the life stuff is classist. Like,
yeah,
it's not. It's not working class people who have a monopoly on racism. Quite the opposite, right? That's always been passed down from the elites to the public, and not the other way around. And in reality, if you look at the biggest group of people who vote for like the far right in this country, it's mostly older people who have more money than everybody else.
Yeah, literally, yeah. I mean, who are the biggest spreaders of racism in Britain? It's the media barons. It's people like I said, Nick Griffin, Cambridge graduate, fucking public school boy wankers like Farage. You know, these people. The fucking hostile environment was instituted by the most fucking classist government we've had in a century or whatever, you know?
Yep.
They can't afford their rents. I actually think this is the reality. They're struggling because food is now so expensive, it's eye-watering. What that means is that there's then a tendency to find someone to blame. And I think that there have been narratives. Zia's party is definitely one.
Can we just go back to that phase?
To blame. And I think that there have been narratives.
I mean, this is how I feel whenever I smell a Conservative.
Yeah.
Is she smelling herself right now?
Yeah, that is. Honestly, I think that might be genuine confusion. I don't think she understands. It's
what
not
material condition? What's a material condition, right? You said a Madonna song.
Lovely reference point. Love it.
Narratives. Zia's party is definitely one of these narratives, like the people propagating these narratives, that will point the finger at certain communities to blame them when it is not the fault of those communities. So I actually think that the economic situation, which is disastrous at the moment, is a big reason why hate's on the rise. So that's why we need to solve the economic problems. We need to end rip-off Britain, make sure ordinary people are having a better life day to day, not struggling so much. But we also need to really focus on community cohesion and living well together.
Okay, let me.
You're not prepared to.
It is much easier to be able to get people to be hateful if they're upset. I mean, that is true. That is true. But I think it's less like poor people being poor, but people seeing their living standards decline, right? Because I think the most racism you see historically has been from kind of upper middle class people when they feel their status eroding, and that's been actually the biggest thing that's happened because of the cost of living crisis. Because people on the bottom end of the income threshold, they were already having a shit time. They're having a shit time in the 2010s. Because of austerity, they're having a shit time during COVID, and they're having a shit time in the post-Ukraine war, post-Iran war world that we live in, right? Like, poor people already having a shit time. If they were going to become racist because of being poor, that would have happened 15 years ago and not now. It's the perceived loss of status in middle-class people that's caused a lot of reactionary sentiment.
Yeah. Whatever happened to Nick Griffin? He went to live in Hungary last time I heard, although after Orban gets ousted, maybe he'll return. Which is one down point to it, but there we go. Farage called people in Wales who speak Welsh foreign speakers. Is that true?
He did, yeah.
What a daft cunt. Jesus.
We hear your
All
point.
right, thank you.
Daisy, because you sat here very patiently. So let me just remind you, what can be done to assure more...
Like a Lib Dem in the cup chair, letting all the grown-ups talk first.
So I wonder why Fiona Bruce has to remind them of what the question was. I certainly fucking forgot.
Yeah, exactly, because literally we could have been discussing the fucking price of eggs for all I know. Yeah.
Community across the country.
Well, there'll be many Jewish people sitting at home tonight who will be really scared and really angry and really frustrated. And some of them have written to me and have asked the question, how many more synagogues have to be ram-raided or firebombed? How many more stabbings do they have to...
Ask Israel, because they've firebombed loads of synagogues in order to drive Middle Eastern Jews to Israel. Look into it. They literally bombed a synagogue in Tehran a couple of weeks ago. That one probably not on purpose, but it did happen.
I mean, they don't do any bombing on purpose. It's all done by AI.
Well, exactly, yeah. Like they, you know. Also, let's be honest, when they're going about laser-guided this, that, and the other, they don't tend to be as precise as that would suggest. I don't think... It's not quite the old, like, open the hatch doors and let gravity do the work, but it doesn't seem to be that much better.
How many more shops have to be set on fire until we see some real action to tackle anti-Semitism? And what's so important is that whilst these...
I think I know how we can end anti-Semitism. 5p bag tax, rejoin the EU. Boom.
So true. So true.
are anti-Semitic attacks, and they are attacks on British Jews. They are also an attack on our British way of life and our British values, which is the freedom for every person to be who they want to be, and the freedom to have whatever religion and practice that religion, whatever it might be, or to have no religion at all. So this should be of broader concern to all of us. But in terms of what can happen, there are concerns that the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, may be behind some of these attacks. That group
Oh, for fuck's... Please tell me what the fuck Iran gets from that. Do you think Iran are so stupid they want to give a massive propaganda win to the country that are currently bombing them? Do you genuinely think Iran are that fucking stupid? I do have to ask. I do have to ask if you think that, because it does seem that you might appear to believe that that's true. In which case, you need to resign your position. You are not fit to be in Parliament.
Yeah.
Prescribed in 2022 when we Liberal Democrats first called for it. The Conservatives didn't act. Labour...
And as has been pointed out to you repeatedly, under current legislation, governmental institutions are not liable to prescription. They are a part of the Iranian military. Ergo, they can't do it. Now, you can argue they should amend that bill, in which case you should argue for that. But you're, oh, well, they haven't made them illegal yet. They can't! The laws, as currently constituted, passed by the chamber you sit in, make that impossible.
Haven't acted. If there's any shred of evidence at all that they are behind these attacks, there are no more excuses for delay. The second thing is, and I am glad to see that finally, at last, the Prime Minister seems to think that he will finally bring forward some legislation to tackle state-backed terror groups as well. But on the point about protests...
So you knew? You knew the reason they hadn't prescribed them. Because they're a state actor. And that's not how it works. Now, what you also have to answer for is if you open that up, A, we might have to include groups like the IDF for doing genocide. Just saying. Secondly, international diplomacy becomes a lot more difficult in certain situations, which is the reason that it currently is the way that it is. So if you are not arguing that in favour of that, fine. But make that argument. Don't pretend this is like, oh, it's just, we don't even need to discuss this. The IRGC should just be made terrorists. There are no complications which could bite us in the bollocks later.
And also, if we're going to make the IRGC terrorists by changing the laws that are going to apply to state actors, and we don't do it with the IDF, I wonder what's driving that.
Or the fact that the US military is still torturing people. We know they're still torturing people.
Yeah,
they've got black sites all over the place. Illegal rendition. Like, the US government does coups all the time. How are they not the biggest state backers of terrorism in the history of the world? You know, again, there are complications that arise, which is why governments who have... Like, the Lib Dems are so dense, they think that governments haven't considered this. And come to the conclusion, probably best just to keep it the way it is. It kind of works, so... Like, it opens up a can of worms far larger than the current situation leaves open.
We have to be really careful here. Wording matters. I think it is wrong to call them hate marches. They are marches that have been hijacked by elements of hate.
The Lib Dems are so shit! Oh! For a millionth of a second, I thought, she's going to make a good point. She's going to stand up and say, no, this is wrong. Even if you disagree with these people and their position, it's not a hate march. They are sincerely held political beliefs about blah, 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 anti-genocide, cool. No, just reword it. I'm not saying the obviously disgusting thing. I'm saying that, but with 2 extra words. Fuck off! Literally, you are the most pointless, worthless... fucking rizless cunts who have ever existed. There's no reason for you to exist. Can the Liberal Democrats en masse fuck off to Switzerland?
Literally, somebody was in my reply. I posted like a political party tier list, and I had Lib Dems like right at the absolute bottom, and they were just like, "Really, you'd vote for Restore Britain over the Lib Dems? Actual Nazis?" I'm like, "Yep, fuck it. At this point, don't give a shit. Just, but as long as you believe in something, which the Lib Dems just..."
I would literally vote for a pile of cat sick crusting into a carpet before I voted for the Liberal Democrats.
And that is a really big distinction. Because...
No, it isn't! No, it fucking isn't! It doesn't matter whether it started off hateful or has become hateful. The idea that there is a significant difference between how a thing became hateful and the fact that you are trying to have it prescribed as evil under the law is irrelevant. What you have done is drawn a distinction without any fucking difference, which is so Lib Dem it hurts.
Absolutely allow people to protest peacefully when they want to raise concerns about human rights issues wherever they are in the world. But what's happened is because of the way that Labour has sort of screwed up this prescription of Palestine action, the police have now got the worst of both worlds. They're being asked in law to arrest people who are peacefully protesting, and they're not arresting the...
QVC, we agreed earlier with Nigel Farage that the actions of someone when they're young should not be brought up against them. And the fact that Helena was a grown adult when she voted Liberal Democrat is irrelevant to that. Stop it. Okay? Stop it. She was a baby.
The people who are celebrating Hamas and Hezbollah and other terror groups. So we have the worst of both worlds. We can fix this so that people can go on protests peacefully, but that we tackle the hateful elements of those speeches. That is the way to fix it, so that our freedoms as a country are not undermined, whilst we also protect Jewish people and...
They've already been undermined. You just heard the Labour minister bragging about how they've curtailed your right to protest, which could be used against, I don't know, pro-rejoining the EU demonstrations if the police so wish. What about if the police decide to kick you in the head, Daisy Cooper, and say, it's an extraordinary incident, she posed a threat? Because that's the precedent now, isn't it? They can just do that.
Yep.
And all the Liberal commentariat will just fall into line.
And our way of life.
I'm going to move on. Do you want a chance to respond to the woman in the green t-shirt?
Yeah, look, happy to respond directly to the comments about Nigel's record. So, look, with regards to the £350 million number that was on the side of a bus, firstly, adjusted for inflation, considerably more than that is now spent on the NHS.
Right, as a result of Brexit? Is that the point? Jesus Christ. Like, okay, I get you want to big up the Labour Party's investment in the NHS for some reason. Bit of a weird tactic just before the locals, but okay, go off.
Post-Brexit. Number two, that was not his bus. It was actually another, I think actually rival pro-Brexit group that actually had that bus. Nothing to do, nothing.
It was the People's Front of Judea, who, as we know, are splitters. That is true.
Right, so we're still not discussing Jewish community and Jewish safety. We're now discussing fucking Brexit.
We haven't talked about anything to do with this.
This is why I can't upload as a segment, because we've literally not discussed the matter.
This is ridiculous, yeah. Yeah.
And, right, this is supposed to be an English local election special. It's supposed to be the local elections special for England.
They are
not the local election.
They are
Green Party councillors.
They are discussing an event that took place in England this week. So, in a roundabout sense, they are kind of doing that.
But like, we're spending far more time talking about fucking Israel.
What you should do to keep in line with the kind of general tenor of this show and this particular question is upload it as a segment, right? But call it something completely unrelated, like how to boil an egg. And which they just don't discuss boiling an egg at all.
With Nigel. And I also want to make the comment, though, if we're talking about these marches, because we've heard the Tory representative today, to the degree anyone's paying attention to that, claiming that they would now ban the marches in which people openly support terrorist organisations and make anti-Semitic comments. Well, the Tories had 14 years in power. Not only did they fail to do that, they literally fired Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary at the time, who was making this very point. So I think it's a bit rich to now hear that they would do this now that they've been turfed out by the electorate.
Let's inject some facts into this. So these marches, as we have all acknowledged, have arisen since those horrific events on October the 7th. I remember I was on Question Time immediately after those events. And
I'm sorry, I've just got to correct that. The notion that these marches were not happening before October the 7th is simply not true.
Please, let me speak.
Marches are not anti-Semitic.
We have been, we had a series of, every time, if you remember a few years ago, the protests were very much focused on the environment. We took legislation after legislation to try to ensure that we keep that balance right between what is, the peaceful right to protest, but the also containing bad behaviour. But what is different about these marches, and by the way, it's not just us saying that we think there should be a moratorium on these, it's also Jonathan Hall KC, who is the country's independent advisor on anti-terrorism legislation. What we know...
Yeah, well, hang on a minute. This guy also tried to claim that the existence of trans people might be a Russian psyop, so I don't really care about this man's opinion on anything.
But, okay, hear me out, chat. Hear me out. You, Helena, as a trans person, would obviously, in the case that he is correct, want to deny that you are in fact a part of the big trans Kremlin alliance, right?
Honestly, I mean, me and Vladislav Surkov, like we're on the blower together each night, talking about how we can destabilize Britain. This was literally his line, was that the existence of trans people and that becoming a public debate could be a Russian psyop to destabilize the country.
Okay, and what's more queer coded than the fantastic ornamentation of the Kremlin building?
I mean, honestly, maybe
And-
if should the Soviet Union return, maybe they'd have a point.
And I've got it on the authority of a former member of Parliament that YMCA can be heard throbbing within earshot of Lenin's tomb in Moscow. So,
thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Monkey Spootin, for the resub. My landlord hand-delivered a notice requiring possession a day before they could no longer do it, with the wrong address on it. So does that mean that, because it's got the wrong address, that the letter is null and void, and therefore they've now missed the window?
Or do they now have to possess that address, the wrong address, so they get your neighbour's house? I don't know.
Incredible scenes.
Yeah. Also, the renters' rights bill comes in, right? Now, generally, I'm sort of in favour of a lot of the changes in it, and that's nice. But even with the Labour Party, I've said this before, even the stuff they do that's good, they still manage to fuck it up. To the point where, rather than having phased out time specified leases for people, they've just gone, no, there's a hard border here. So the pre-existing contracts that people had to rent for like 2 and 3 years are now null and void, meaning that those people have no stability in their housing because that contract doesn't exist anymore. So they can just be kicked out. What the fuck? Like, what? You didn't sunset this to the end of pre-existing contracts? No, you had to do that, did you? So like 10,000 people are potentially homeless at the drop of a hat. You fucking... I mean, they're such dickheads. Honest to God.
From these marches is...
You only realised that Helena was trans recently, and only when she announced it. Did you do an announcement?
I mean, the fact that people think that I'm serving a real fish, it makes me very surprised every single day. I have a deep voice that I clearly haven't voice trained. I have a giant forehead and shoulders the size of a rugby player, and I every single day people will tell me I had no idea. I have to talk about being part of the community for people to recognise this. And you know what? Well, honestly, I'll take it.
Well, you say all of that, but genuinely, I've known loads of cis lesbians, and you would fit in perfectly with all of them.
I don't disagree, I guess, but I guess I always am super internally critical, you know.
When you say you've got shoulders like a rugby player, that's what I'm talking about. Butch lesbians who play rugby, yeah.
Yeah, literally true.
And also, you only just learned it recently, right? Because the Moscow are very good at covering up their tracks. That's
true. That's true. Me and Vlad, we go on a level.
Yeah.
Is that Jewish people are afraid to walk the streets of our capital city.
And yes, serving up real fish is a fucking absolutely killer line. Thank you. Yeah.
And elsewhere when these marches are happening, because those marches make them feel deeply unsafe. That
okay. Whoa. So you're saying it's a perception of unsafety, are you, Victoria? Because there's no actual unsafety for Jewish people that's come of these marches at all. No one from any of these marches has then gone on to commit any anti-Semitic hate crimes that have then been reprimanded in a criminal fashion.
Yeah.
So what you're literally describing is the perception of unsafety. The marches make people feel unsafe. I don't care. When actual unsafety happens, then maybe you'll have a point, like we've seen with regards to this latest attack. But no one has pointed to any evidence at all that any of the attacks that have been made recently have been motivated by anti-Semitic sentiment because of the marches in support of Palestine. Not a single one, not a single shred of evidence has been provided. So what you're literally describing is what Zach talked about when he said the perception of unsafety.
Well, I was about to say, yeah, I presume that she's now going to be attacked relentlessly in the media for saying that it's a perception rather than a reality. Also, you don't have a deep voice. I'm just going to put that out there right now.
Okay.
It was annoying me, it was bugging me, and I was like, don't mention it again, because you might make her self-conscious, but I had to say it. I apologise. Yeah.
For the government
Yeah, I might be on the spectrum, chat. I don't fucking know. I'm scared to go to the doctor. Leave me alone.
to take action.
But we've legislated
Okay,
to give
all
the
right.
police
Just make them.
Jewish people on the marches. These marches are not anti-Semitic marches.
Yeah, that was that thing about like, oh, what do you say to Jewish people who are scared to come on the march? Well, the Jewish block's just coming now. It's such a great little... Like, I can't believe they put that out. Like, they thought that was a good bit. What the fuck?
They're marches against the actions of Netanyahu, and
there are clearly differences of opinion about that. So let's just
about conflating.
Whoa, fucking hell! Why? Hang on! Whoa! Just wait one motherfucking second. We have spent the entire program watching people from all political parties and in the audience smear the marches as being inherently anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah.
From every single side of the political spectrum here, other than the left, have been doing this. And Fiona Bruce sat there in silence, in total silence, whilst the marches are being smeared as being anti-Semitic. The one person here who's gone, actually they're not anti-Semitic, immediately gets talked over by Fiona Bruce going, difference of opinion here, there are different opinions. And I'm just like, why the fuck did it take you this long to do it? And only when somebody came out to defend the pro-Palestine movement. Insane.
Well, honestly, the manufacturing consent machine is in overdrive tonight. Fantastic.
Literally.
And resistance this
Also noted, the black guy. The one black guy they let in. There he is. Hello. There's only ever one.
There are differences of opinion about that, so I'm just going to park that there for now, because there are other questions you wanted to ask, and I'm going to try and make...
Yeah, you're going to try and make time for it. We've only taken half the fucking show just smearing the Greens and or anti-genocide protesters. Like, literally, you might as well go to the hospital and finger the wounds of those two people lying there fighting for their lives. Because that's metaphorically and spiritually what you have fucking done, you ghouls.
Time for them. Let me just say that we're in London next week for our programme. I mean, we're not going to be on air on Thursday. That's results night for the elections. We're going to be on air on Friday. So when most of the results will come in. So we shall see where we are. So if you'd like to come and be part of that programme in London next Friday, go to the Equator Time website, follow the instructions there. And the week after that, we're in Brecon.
What election?
We'll see what...
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, considering this is your last show before an election, you might have spent anything of the first half of it talking about the fucking election.
Literally.
Maybe.
What happens with the Welsh Senedd. So if you want...
Although, to be fair, hang on. You know what? I will take it back. Earlier I smeared Zia Youssef by saying he would talk about immigration, and he didn't. Which is really bizarre, because this, like, you would think, because this guy was a migrant, right? So he actually, it is at least relevant to the story to talk about him being a migrant, I suppose. Like, because they crowbar it in where it's not warranted. I remember literally one of my, I thought it was the funniest thing. Nigel Farage tried to blame, he went to a meeting in, this was back during like UKIP, right? Fucking 15, 20 years ago. He was late for a meeting in somewhere in either Wales or on the border with Wales, like Gloucestershire or something. And he was like half an hour late. And he blamed migrants for being late by saying there's so much traffic nowadays because of all the migrants.
I literally saw Julia Hartley-Brewer try and blame migrants for the sewage crisis.
Because they come over here shitting in our toilets, creating more fucking work for our sewers, our Victorian sewers.
Literally, her point was, it's not the private company's fault. They're just having to deal with too much shit because of all the people.
Jesus Christ. What, have we thought about building more like infrastructure to deal with the increased amount of poo?
Yeah, it's not the private companies not building reservoirs since 1992. That's the problem. It's the bloody small boats.
And on that point, of course, the head of South West Water or South East Water resigned this week, today indeed, because of complaints over literally tens of thousands of people going without water for no real reason whatsoever. And I just thought, privatisation success story.
Yet another privatisation success story.
Anyway, so yeah, the point I was making was Yazir Yusuf could have mentioned migrants on this one occasion and didn't, which must mean he's gone woke. They're woke, chat.
If you want to be in the audience for that programme, that'll be on a Thursday. Go to the Question Hour website. So London and then Brecon. OK, let's take another question, which goes some way to addressing the point you were making. Charles McLeod, where are you? Off you go.
Voters are losing trust in the councils. Why should they believe the insurgent parties will deliver real local change rather than just simply replicate all of the problems that persist now?
Well, to be fair, what I will say for Reform is that they are bringing real local change, like record tax hikes in every every fucking place they run, even though they promise to cut taxes because they're fucking idiots. What a surprise! What a surprise when you have a fucking spermatozoa take over an entire fucking Warwickshire County Council. It went to shit. What a surprise!
Yes. They are increasing taxes, slashing capital budgets, but putting up like flags on lampposts. They literally treat this like a fucking joke. They really do. I will point out, though, in broad answer to the question, though, will the parties fix the problems and deliver real meaningful change? No. No, they won't. And I will, hand on heart, say that I don't think that people are going to be happy, because the problems with councils aren't even necessarily council management. I've been fine to say that Labour councils, Tory councils, Lib Dem councils probably been run okay. I think they've done a really terrible job. It's really difficult to run a local authorities. You don't really have much control in terms of what gets done, because the big issues all come from central government. It comes to massive slashing of council block grants. It comes down to the ladening of all of this burden of adult social care and of temporary accommodation onto councils who spend 90% of their budget on this stuff and have no money left over for anything else. So they're forced to raise council tax to plug those problems, and replacing
Yellow. Oh, you roboted out there.
Oh yeah, you kind of dropped there as well. And so I think that expecting miracles from replacing councillors with other councils, I think is expecting too much.
Yeah.
There will be shitty councils that do bad things, right? I'm sure that Thurrock wanted to get rid of their really fucking corrupt administration, for example. I think that in Birmingham especially, you'll definitely want to have that council fucking yeeted as far as you could possibly get them away from you. But in most cases of councils, all of the problems stem from lack of central government financing and Rishi Sunak moving around budgets from deprived urban areas to posh leafy suburbs, right? Like, sure, there are some problems there in terms of some councils, but in most cases, these are intractable problems caused by austerity and failure to deliver from central government. And again, replacing very constrained councillors from one party with another will not meaningfully solve the problem, even if it'll make like some planning decisions better, maybe.
Yeah. Well, exactly, yeah. I was going to say, like, the asterisks. Birmingham is shit. But the Birmingham Labour Council are shit. Even taking into account the very good points you were making about the block grant being terrible and cut massively under the Tories, more harshly in places like Birmingham, because, of course, they're not Tory areas. And we literally had Rishi Sunak as Chancellor bragging about doing precisely that.
That sounds like a very world-weary question, if I may say. Is that because you're thinking it's just going to all be more of the same?
Well, it's many things, isn't it? Every day we traverse the potholes that are within the councils. You get reminded how services are deteriorating, and then you see how much is spent on executive remuneration compared to other sectors, and it goes on, and then running up debts like central government, and it's just very wearisome. So we're hoping, to see real change come from these insurgent parties if the result next week comes in as expected.
Okay, well look, Zia, let's kick off with you.
That person's Reform, right? Are we getting Reform coded nonsense from that guy? Yeah.
And if you could answer at the same time this man at the front, his point about vetting, because also you've had issues with your candidates as well.
Yeah, so the first thing to say about local councils, and I've spent a lot of time in town halls across the country, in reform-controlled councils, north of 70% of council budgets are statutory, meaning that they are mandated by...
Wow, you've worked that out. Well done. How long have you been in control of councils and you've only just realised this?
Oh, they all are finding this out on the job.
Yeah.
That's so much of what reform has been done on the job, right? They just realised, oh shit, we have to be in control of these councils now, and everything literally has gone to shit. Right? I mean, to be fair, they're only doing what Keir Starmer's doing as PM, to be fair.
True.
By central government. The vast majority of that, whether we like it or not a single councillor of any colour or stripes in this country can make any decisions about who gets that social care, the parameters upon which it's delivered. So first of all, we've got to be clear about that. And reform...
Okay, we're not going to gloss over the fact that he was scared he might have accidentally racismed when he said of any colour or stripe. I just meant the colour of the rosette, not the colour of the councillor. That was definitely his thought process. I saw the fear in his eyes.
I've already talked about how we need to reform social care, we need to reform welfare payments, because frankly, it is a freight train, accelerating towards the cliffs to which the whole economy is attached. So that's the first point to make, right? But councils do have power that is localised. You mentioned potholes. I personally went through the numbers in a lot of these councils, and what you'd find is, you're told that all this money's been allocated for potholes. The reality is that money is not ring-fenced. And so what ends up happening in reality, and it's really important that everybody understands this, the majority of that money in most councils never makes it to fixing the roads.
Well, that seems to be the case here.
It is diverted away to social care.
And that
So the
seems to
first
be
thing
the
say
case
is
with
we
one
need
of
to-
your councils. Hang on, it seems to be...
I think you'll find it gets diverted to putting up flags.
Yes. Yeah, all
As somebody who has to live in... As someone has to live in Nottinghamshire County Council, where they literally just incinerate tens of thousands of pounds on fucking flags on lampposts. Yeah, I would rather that was spent on either fixing potholes or on adult social care, actually.
Yeah.
The case with one of your councils, tell me if this is not right, but this is according to a Freedom of Information request prompted by Labour, that since you mentioned potholes, pothole spending in North Warwickshire under reform has dropped by more than 50%. Is that right?
Well, the first point to make...
But that's true, but that's because it fell into one of the potholes they didn't fix.
Is judging a council by what the spending in absolute pounds is not the correct measure. The correct measure...
Well, hang on, so you can fix more potholes with half the money? Is that your actual argument?
And on top of this, right, like, your whole point of judging councils, because you're head of, like, Reform's fucking Doge department, because they're that insanely fucking Americanized and cringe, which was an entire project based upon reducing spending for the sake of reducing spending, rather than the utility of council expenditure, right? Like, your whole reason to exist as a Reform UK official before you became head of policy was to cut council budgets regardless of the negative utility for people within the fucking council.
Yeah, literally. Honestly, yeah. I mean, de-yankification needs to start with reform. Yeah. I mean, the most yankified fucking Trump dick-sucking fest ever.
People want to know. Well, hang on. People want to know. Potholes come up every week.
Fiona, with respect. Fiona, with respect.
Well, is it true? Is that council spending 50% less on potholes?
Fiona, with respect.
Well,
as someone
with
who ran a
respect,
business,
I'm asking you that question.
If you ran a business on the basis of I want my departments to spend as much money as possible, and that's all I judge them on.
Right, but fixing potholes is not about making a profit, is it, you dopey bastard? You don't have to balance that book. You need to fill the fucking holes with, like, a thing that won't just rot away or something, like an actual cement of some kind.
Literally.
I run a business. Well, fuck off then. I'm not electing a business leader, you cunt.
Then your business would not last very long.
Okay,
One of the
is
big
that
problems
right?
we have
Is that
in
right,
this country right now is a huge amount of money is wasted. We have championed...
They're still doing the bit. They've gotten into fucking local government, found there isn't that much waste, and they can't cut many things without cutting services, and are still lying.
But the thing is, when they've cut capital budgets. They've literally said, well, we cut all of this investment into these replacement fleet of vehicles in one council, I believe it was somewhere in the southeast. Now, it's just like, that's not actual operational expenditure that you've cut there. That's just one lump of capital that you've therefore cut so that people get a worse service and you have worse inventory in your council, right? You only have to spend that once. You don't save money by not spending it, because you'll then have to spend that money down the line when you have to replace them however long after the current fleet is shit, right?
Yeah.
If you want to actually cut budgets and you want to save money in the long run, you have to cut operational expenditure. Newsflash, you can't do that because all the OPEX that they're currently engaging in is necessary has already been cut, because you now have to pay for fucking garden waste to be removed, which you never used to do before because they can't afford it because their OPEX budgets are being incinerated, as you have already suggested, Zia, on adult social care and on temporary accommodation. And we need to increase council block grants so they have enough to be able to spend on literally anything else.
Yep.
At reform more efficient ways of utilising money that is allocated to potholes to the degree it's actually spent on fixing roads. The truth of the matter is the contracts that are dished out by councils to contractors to supposedly fix potholes invariably have no quality component to them whatsoever, have no guarantee attached to them whatsoever. That stands in stark contrast to many countries that are great at this, countries like the United Arab Emirates, for example. So I've overseen personally.
We want to be like the UAE. Is that?
I mean, it's really easy. I mean, it is easy to be able to run local authorities if you can have access to slave labour.
Well, to be fair, that is what they want to do. So
I mean, true. They want to strip back workers' rights and reduce the minimum wage. I mean, they want to turn our country into the sweatshop of Europe.
Yep.
A lot of our initiatives on this, and I'm very proud of that.
Zia, I'm just going to give it one more go. Has pothole spending in North Warwickshire under reform dropped by more than half?
Well, I'm not across that precise bit of detail. I will tell you this.
It's true. So it's true. So it's true then, Zia.
Yeah. Also, what happened to the straight-talking reform? Why are you sounding very much like a politician right now, Zia? Very strange.
This. No party who controls councils in this country has been more successful in fixing potholes.
Jesus Christ, it's the Trump thing. No one's better at fixing potholes than reform. Like, it's just bollock. Just say the thing. Honestly, it's so disheartening because they won't get called out for it. Just as Trump doesn't get fucking called out for it. Because the media are all garbage.
Than reform. That we've already published that information.
Okay. Would you like to listen? I'll come around the question, but since you asked this question about vetting, and also we've talked about the Green candidates, listen, all parties have problems with vetting. I think it's worth pointing that out.
Whoa, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Whoa. That's not the approved line. I was told it was literally the Green Party, and we're going to have to talk about this for the whole show. And 40 minutes in, you're now suggesting maybe other parties have problems too. Wow, I can't. Well, that's blown my respect I had for Fiona Bruce out of the water.
True.
It was about insurgent parties, which reform is one. So you've got a candidate in Bexley who shared a photo online with a quote that Islam was the religion of rape, incest, and paedophilia.
Okay, hear me out. I don't necessarily think you can say that that's a condemnation on his part. That could just be an advertisement. Because he's a reform voter, so he likes those things. So he's probably actually one of the woker ones who's like, look, they like all the things we like as well. Is what I'm just going to be generous to him and say that's what he meant.
Also, I would like to point out, I've just literally seen on my Twitter feed this genuine story from Dorset. Convicted paedophile was shown as parliamentary candidate by Reform UK.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Well, this guy called Derek Bullock, who put on
already
Facebook,
great name, love it.
Yeah, he put on Facebook, shoot the Packies on the spot. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. Like,
was he talking about Zia Yusuf or not? I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, most Reform UK people who would say that stuff would be too stupid to realise that he's of Sri Lankan heritage and not of Pakistani heritage.
Well, let's be absolutely honest here. When people use that word, they're not clever enough to give a fuck about the differentiation between a Sri Lankan or an Indian. Again, assuming there is one type of Indian, of course, a Pakistani, an Arab, anything. They don't care. Like, I've literally heard people describe how the US and Israel are taking on the Arabs in Iran.
Literally. Oh, I mean, to be fair, they also tried to admonish Zohran Mamdani as being Arabic, and I was just like,
no,
like,
just no.
He's an Indian Ugandan.
Yeah,
American Indian Ugandan.
Honestly, that was the wokest thing of the New York election race. You had an Italian, a Pole, and a Ugandan. Honestly, the wasps were seething. Oh.
Her name is Caroline Panetta. Is she still standing?
Good British name, Panetta. Lovely, lovely Anglo-Saxon name.
They're insane, isn't it? Like the right wing in this country is insanely heavily populated by British Italians for some reason. I don't know what the fuck is in the water, mate. I really like Nick Tenconi is the guy for UKIP, right? Yeah. Famous wasp name Tenconi, right?
Well, literally, honestly, the fact that there is a white nationalist leader called Fuentes. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? White Anglo-Saxon Protestants, a Catholic called Fuentes. Are you mental? Come on. Like, in many respects, you've got to respect the game there of him taking over a wasp nation as a fucking a Catholic called Fuentes. Amazing. Fascism is very strange.
She won't be standing, but I want to make this point too.
She's been suspended then?
She will not be standing, and
okay, so she hasn't been suspended, right? So okay, that's fine.
Wait,
has the pedo been suspended?
Presumably there must be a disciplinary process, right?
Fine, but he hasn't explained that. In fact, he's just done the politicians thing of just going, she won't be a candidate.
Yeah, exactly.
But has she been suspended? She won't be a candidate.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think the candidate's already been selected. It's about the endorsement, I guess, right? Like one of the anti-Semites who got exposed in the Green Party, like they're still a candidate in Newcastle, but they've had their endorsement suspended.
What was it? Oh fucking hell! The Labour Party candidate, and he got outed as like a racist, and they had to withdraw their support for him.
Azhar Ali.
Azhar Ali, that was it. Yeah. Yeah, like the Pakistani batsman. Why did I forget that name? Jesus.
Why? The first cricket game I ever went to watch was at the Oval.
Yeah.
And Azhar Ali made 92.
I remember watching Azhar Ali play in that the series because Pakistan couldn't.
The Mazhar Majid series.
Yeah, and Azhar Ali. Yeah. I remember Azhar Ali being fucking shit and thinking this guy won't make it. 15 years later, in one of the most storied careers in recent history. Like,
yeah, he did really do badly, and then obviously it was the very last test where he made 92, and I was there at the stadium.
And to be fair, the kind of batsman who's going to do well in Pakistan will not do well in like the green fields.
Headingley.
Yeah, no.
No, definitely not.
Not really fair, that, asking them to do, yeah.
Because I was chairman of the party. It's a start-up party. Right, and I set up the vetting process. I'm very proud of that. We have vetted north of 9,000.
It's not a start-up party. It was the Brexit Party from 2018.
And also, you're very proud of electing the nonce. You've selected a nonce, and you're very proud of that, are you? Again, like I say, that post from your man going on about them being the party of rape wasn't necessarily a condemnation. Just saying.
1,000 candidates. We're standing 5,500 plus candidates in the space of 2 years, unprecedented in British political history. If I sat here and told you that our vetting process was perfect, you'd know that could not be possible. I'm going to be very honest with you. It's obviously not perfect, but it is north of 99.9% accurate, and to the degree that slumps slip through.
Accurate? The fuck does that word mean in this context? Accurate? What you mean, what you're trying to filter out just the overt racists and you mostly get it right? Okay, well done.
Through the net, we act on it decisively. But I want to make a few points here, that it's perfectly legitimate, Fiona, for you to hold Reform to account.
If you don't
mind. Hold us to account for Reform candidates. But what's interesting is nobody seems to be interested in any of the bad eggs and bad apples in other parties. The Tories...
Motherfucker, you spent the first half of this show going on about Greens being anti-Semitic. Behave yourself. They spent literally the first 28 minutes not answering the question about protecting Jewish people, bashing the Greens. What the fuck are you talking about?
The Tories have had to stand down more candidates than us.
The Greens.
The Tories have stood down more candidates than us as a result of misdemeanors. A Tory candidate just last week threatened to murder a high-profile celebrity's mother, barely covered, if at all, in the media. So look, is our vetting...
I didn't hear this story. Who was this? What?
I don't remember this. What I will say is that a wife of a Tory councillor said that people should burn down migrant hotels, and then you invited her to your party conference.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, she was an honoured guest at your party conference. But, you know, it's the Greens that are extremists, you understand.
Process perfect? No. No vetting processes. But to stand 5,500 candidates in the space of 2 years and to have a...
Not true. My vetting process for people I stream with is 100% accurate. Everyone I stream with is based as fuck.
So true.
Only a small handful that sadly did slip through the net, which we have acted upon. I'm very proud of that.
Okay. Since the question about insurgent parties, Rachel, let me come to you. So the question is, why should voters believe that insurgent parties...
Oh, we've had one bit of scrutiny of any other party. Back to the green bashing.
And on top of this, like, again, we're having to bring it around to the actual question here, where we're talking about Reform UK's racism, and I'm getting like, this is about potholes.
Yep.
Parties will deliver real local change rather than simply replicate the same problems.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I love co-leading a council, a district council in Sussex, and we have been able to make a difference for...
I don't want to be rude, but she is a bit of a damp rag.
I mean, I voted for Annie Stafford Townsend.
Like, she's not a bad person by any means. I don't particularly like her politics massively, but she's just... Zach Polanski is a relatively inspiring... charismatic kind of a dude. Not overtly, but in British politics sense, he's like a fucking rock star. She's a bit... she's a little bit briefcasey, a little bit...
I mean, it's clear that she's appealing to a different bit of the Green electorate than Zach and Martin.
Yeah.
I mean, no, that's fine. Like, it's fine to have her there to do that, you know. But it's not exactly my politics.
Yeah.
our communities and for nature. And I know, I can tell you that what you get when you vote Green are local, very, very hard-working councillors who are absolutely committed to two vested interests, and that's people and planet, and nothing beyond. We don't have donations from other big corporates who don't have any other interests to look after. I can tell you about things that Greens have delivered where they're leading councils across the country. There's a huge push to deliver as much affordable and social housing as possible. There's lots of things with investment in...
There's all the communism. Gotta love all the communism they've been doing.
True. So true.
In local businesses, brilliant local procurement strategies, things to make a difference. We've
The institution of Sharia law, another one, definitely.
done things like double council tax on second and empty homes so that we can give more people council tax relief. But you're right in that what we can't do is change the system. And I always say to people who are studying to be a councillor, I say you can move the needle on the dial in so many ways, and you can always make a decision, work for more people in communities and work better for nature. But we do bang our heads against a brick wall of government legislation. What's great is that being in those councillor positions and running councils helps us understand what needs to change. And a lot of the time, it is simply that the system, so taking housing, you cannot actually solve the housing crisis in the current planning system because it begins and ends with profit. Developer profit is protected in this system. We need to have council housing at scale, and that will take a change of government legislation.
Yes.
Councils need funding at scale. I mean, hilarious to hear you talk about social care when Reform threatened to close a care home in Lancaster to make savings. The problem is that the government has been
Okay, she's getting somewhere. There's a little,
Okay, this
there's
is
a tingle.
good.
Yeah, this is okay. I you
see
know
where
what?
the goal is,
Maybe I
she's-
jumped the gun slightly. I don't take it back. I'm just saying she's now on a bit of a roll. Good stuff.
I mean, she's a Green. She has progressive politics and she agrees with our policy platform. Like, you know, she was always going to be good at extolling those virtues.
You mean the policy platform to kill all landlords?
Based.
For legal reasons, that is not based.
It's a joke, yeah. It's a joke.
funding
It would be illegal to say kill all landlords, which is why you shouldn't say it.
councils for years. Reform will say, we'll make savings, they're all inefficient. And then time and time again, you come in, you can't find any savings, and you put the council tax up. That's what's happening when some of them are left. There were 57 Reform councillors took over Kent, there's only 48 left. They drop like flies because they're not local and they're not working hard.
My favourite ones are the fucking dickheads in, was it Durham or somewhere, who literally were elected and then had to resign their position because they didn't realise you couldn't carry on working for the council and be a councillor.
Literally, one of them was in the military, weren't they? You can be in the military and be a councillor, but one of them defected to Restore and then quit.
Only the best candidates. The most 99.9% accurate vetting from Zia Youssef.
And they don't care about their local community.
Right. I'm going to come to you.
Honestly, again, Zia Yusuf is the perfect example of like racial or ethnic integration in Britain, because it just goes to show you that you can be a brown lad, you can be of Muslim background, and be a public school boy toff who's a complete fucking incompetent and should be nowhere near the positions of power that they actually are.
I mean, literally, that is ethnic integration if ever I've heard it.
Exactly. You too, brown boy, if you are born of the right rich parents, you too can be Boris Johnson but brown. Yeah. Fucking, this country's class system is so badly entrenched. Like, there was a brief period, I think, where we pretended, like in the kind of 2000s, that like, oh, there's more of a meritocracy now and there's social mobility. It was bollocks. It was all bollocks. They were all just public schoolboy wankers. It's just John Prescott existed. Fucking Bez punched a farmer, you know?
In a minute. Daisy, let me come to you, because the...
Sorry, OG Bez, not Bez.
Dem record on local council. So let's have a look. Last year, Lib Dem in Windsor and Maidenhead, you'll all know this, of course, because you live here, council tax increased 9%. This...
They were Nazi saluting Zach Polanski in Hastings.
Yeah, they were, yeah.
Oh, lovely. It's interesting that didn't get bring up as an anti-Semitic hate crime for some reason. That was not mentioned. Although, to be fair, they didn't spend long talking about protecting Jews in that particular question about protecting Jews. Intriguing.
This year, 7.5%, and Lib Dem-run English councils imposed, on average, the highest council tax rises of all the parties. Do you stand by that record?
So, Liberal Democrats have had huge success in local elections over the last few years, and in many places we've taken over control of councils from the Conservatives, who left behind them an awful mess. If you look at places like Woking, where the council was almost gone bankrupt, we've been clearing up the mess left behind by the Conservatives in many council places. And unfortunately, councils don't really have many ways of raising money to pay for services. But Liberal Democrats in local government,
9%.
Liberal Democrats in local government protect services.
All I'll say is I've also got the Lib Dems leaflet here as well, and they do at least mention Birmingham, so that's nice. Don't mention the bin strike at all. Which, like, you realise you're not in the council here. You can attack them on that. It's almost
also,
like you're useless bastards or something.
Well, I will say though, right? Sometimes the taxes need to go up. Sometimes the taxes just need to go up. And it's unfortunate that sometimes that is the reality. Do I think the Lib Dems are doing it necessarily in the right way? Probably not. But the idea that somehow the biggest damning indictment of any council is the increase in council tax, I'm like, well, sometimes they have more services to provide. In fact, the places which are the most constrained on services are usually the least well-funded ones as well, because it's usually poorer and older areas where they don't get much business rates income.
Yeah. Lol, can you imagine a brown Boris Johnson? Yeah. Rishi Sunak already exists. What are you talking about?
Against the odds. What I would say, though, to Charles, who asked the question, I think you used the word weary.
Although, to be fair to Rishi Sunak, he is at least rich enough to not need someone else to buy his wallpaper.
True.
So I'll give him that.
And I think that kind of sums up how everybody feels at the moment. Everybody feels like we're working harder and harder, paying more and more in tax, and getting less and less from the state and from our local councils. And the fundamental...
I wonder who was part of a government that started massively slashing the block grant to councils.
Literally, just like the hot dog suit every time with the Democrats. There was like, oh, well, 9 years of Conservative government slashes. Missing 5 of those years, mate. I wonder why.
Yeah, there's a chronological black hole there that you're not discussing. What happened in those years? What's that? Massive benefits cuts for a 5p bag tax. Yummy.
Mental problem, the reason why we feel like that is because we're not growing the economy. And that is why we Liberal Democrats have repeatedly said if we can get a better trading deal relationship with Europe, we can actually grow the economy faster.
Oh! Okay, and how are the fine denizens of Lincolnshire voting for their councillors going to bring that into effect? The fuck are you talking about, man?
And on top of this, like, our economy was already not growing in 2010 to 2015. Who the fuck was in government? Literally, your stupid austerity policies that you pass in coalition are the reason why we have shit growth.
But they got an AAV vote that was never going to go anywhere. So that's fine.
Yeah, they lost the referendum on AV and then sowed the seeds for us to lose the Brexit referendum as well.
Yippee!
And then we can grow the size of the pie. But in terms of what...
Oh, I fucking hate this man. You smug cunt. Look at him. I just... Terms of service!
Why you should vote for Liberal Democrats at a local level. Liberal Democrats have protected services against the odds. We've been investing in community facilities and leisure centres, and we've been cleaning up the mess left by the Conservatives before us in many councils around the country.
Woman in the black short-sleeved top.
Oh, chat, don't... Oh, God. Lincolnshire isn't even having local elections except in the city of Lincoln. Suck my dick, you nerd. I was just choosing a random place to show that it's a local thing and therefore the national government's policy towards a free trade agreement with the EEC or not EEC, what's it called?
EEA.
EEA, yeah, or whatever. Look, is irrelevant to this because you're electing someone to collect bins and do social housing and things.
Yeah.
My point is to Zia. I work in the social care sector. I work with old people as a care worker, and I was wondering, we're overstretched most of the time. A lot of us are working 15 to 16-hour days, and I'm wondering where you think this overspending is going, because there's...
Okay, that's just Dua Lipa, isn't it? Isn't that her, I think?
We're overstretched.
All right, I'm going to get around the rest of the panel as well, if you'll forgive me. Yes, man there in the blue sweater and blue shirt.
I think one of the problems is we're devoid of trust in our leadership. You've all got something different, but nobody's talking together. We've got big problems in this country.
Oh, for
but actually,
fuck's
I'm
sake.
voting
A
for
third
those...
time tonight.
Yeah.
A third time tonight, someone's gone, oh, why don't all the people who believe totally different and contradicting things work together? And I'm like, no. I think like
Mr. President, a third briefcase is at the tower.
Oh, dear.
Oh, the lead story on the BBC's website is Polanski apologises for sharing posts criticising officers who arrested Golders Green suspect. Is literally the headline, the main story, the big picture on the front page of one of the world's largest news gathering organisations.
There is a war in Iran right now. There's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
Why are we talking about tweets?
Yeah, true.
that are going to solve the SEND crisis that our family goes through. Not just potholes, it's easy to say potholes. Education system, 66% of parents actually are saying that their schools are failing. So we need a combined thinking. We've got no leadership. You're all leaders, yet between you, there is massive divides. It's no wonder that...
Sorry, can I just... there is madness going on at the snooker right now.
Oh?
Not relevant to anything whatsoever, but I just happened to switch on, because I always do. And look at that. What the fuck? That's ridiculous! Hey, you bollocks there! You fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm probably going to get copyright struck for that now. Anyway, we were talking about tweets or something? I don't know.
There's division in this country, and why we'll sit here, I'll mark anybody, because it will just be the same. We need to bring this country together if we're going to march forward.
Bring this country together, Emma.
And then we'll all sing Kumbaya and hug each other. Fuck off, eh? Literally, fuck off.
Yeah, I see my aforementioned rant from 2 hours ago.
You know, polls are polls, but it's...
Yeah, and we'd be in the same union as them if we rejoined the EU. Ayo!
The polls are to be believed, and of course we'll find out next week. It is not...
Are you suggesting that the people of Poland are not trustworthy? Outrageous!
Looking good for Labour, is it?
Well, look, we're going to fight for every vote. We're out there campaigning day in, day out. But what I would say to the gentleman that asked the question is that I've seen Labour councils across England protect local services in the face of Tory austerity when the Tory...
okay, laughs in being eaten by giant rats as we speak. Yeah, you really protected our fucking services.
We're in power. I've seen Labour local councils protect children's centres, which was an initiative of our previous government, protect libraries, invest in our green spaces. And actually, on the ballot paper next Thursday in England is the who you want to run your local council. And I think Labour councils have got a great record.
So let's not focus on the national government for reasons. Let's just focus on the local, yeah? Yeah.
Asked about the other parties. Nigel Farage said when they took over Worcestershire Council, where they did put council tax up by 9% and cut local services, he said...
Which you allowed them to do. You could have prevented them from doing that, couldn't you? As the national government. And you didn't. So you're also partly complicit in that.
He wished they hadn't bothered. I mean, that is quite extraordinary.
Because for those Americans not watching, is it above 5% they have to get national government authority? So you can increase
or a local referendum.
Or a local referendum, yeah. Which they were going to have in Birmingham, and then they went, "Now we'll just ask the government," and they went, "Yeah, go for it." So yeah, anything above 5% increase to the council tax, and they, and the national government pretty much always say yes, because ultimately the national government know if they don't raise the taxes locally, that eventually, whether they go bankrupt or whatever, they'll have to pay for it nationally. So.
Contempt for local government. I'm sorry, Rachel, you say the Greens run local councils well. In Brighton, when the Greens were running the local council there, they had the worst recycling rates in the country, which is quite extraordinary given that the Green Party is supposed to care about the environment. So
I mean, it wasn't
I would
the
urge
worst.
people to...
It was one of the worst. It wasn't great, but the idea that it was specifically the worst is not true.
And again,
Also,
I will just point out Birmingham City Council, run by Labour Party, have not collected a single piece of recyclable trash in over a year.
Literally. I mean, again, like the idea that somehow the recycling rate is the gold standard of council management. Like, okay, sure.
Yeah.
To look at what your local councils and local councillors are doing and judge them on their merits. And I've seen fantastic Labour local councils across the country delivering really good local services for people.
Well, it's such a shame you fucked it up so badly then that they're all going to lose their seats and the councils are going to swing to reform. Well done, Labour. You killed it. And by it, I mean your party. Not your party, the Labour Party.
So, Victoria, it's not looking great for Labour. It's going to be terrible for you guys as well.
Well, I want to acknowledge what Charles said, which is that everyone is feeling weary at the moment.
Why does it look like her mouth is upside down? It's like one of those face reversed images, but they've got it the right way up, and you can see.
Yeah. Oh my god, like the TikTok thing where you drop the features of your face onto your face.
Yeah, she's just got it the wrong way round, yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah.
As Daisy said, I think we're all feeling poorer. We are seeing our national...
Wow, I wonder if there was a party in government for the last 14 years that led to the massive stagnation of wages and decreasing standards of living across the fucking board except for the ultra-rich. Intriguing.
And public services feel more and more creaky. And
I wonder who purposefully underinvested in all of our fucking services and national infrastructure, which led to that creaking. I wonder.
We have, I'm afraid, in the insurgent parties, people who are making promises that they cannot hope to keep. Reform, I have a Reform County Council in Lincolnshire. They were voted in last year. They promised to cut out waste and lower council tax. This year they're increasing council tax. And on the matter of SEND, when DFE, the Department for Education, wrote to Lincolnshire County Council asking whether they would like to apply for funding to set up a new SEND school in our great county, vast rural county. We desperately need more SEND facilities. Reform seemed to have either ignored the letter or not got back to the department in time, and that funding has now gone to Kent. So there are very real life implications for the votes that you're all making, if you're in areas that are voting next week, for the future of your local area. And what I will say, I want to be positive, because I think part of the problem of politics is people knocking each other. I'm going to be positive.
If you're going to be positive, you should stop frowning. Just saying.
In Kemi Badenoch, she has...
Oh? Kevin Badenoch?
Kevin.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
travelled the length and breadth of this country in a way no other political leader is doing.
Well, he sounds very energetic. I wonder who he is. It's okay. You can misgender transphobes. You're allowed.
She is speaking.
I'm not sure that's quite right. I'm pretty sure all the party leaders are doing that at the moment.
We're not quite.
On that point, by the way, did you see J.K. Rowling as a trans friend now?
Oh yeah, she does. She does apparently. Literally, she did the whole. All of the refugees are rapists, apart from my mate who works the local Uber. He's sound, you know.
Yeah, literally.
She trans people.
Yeah, she calls them by their preferred pronouns and all of that jazz, and respects them as a woman. And all of the TERFs have been like, "No, you can't give away my womanhood. What the fuck are you talking about? It's yours."
It was incredible. It was incredible that J.K. Rowling used the term female-coded energy, which means that she literally believes in the cartoon version of gender that she thinks trans people believe in.
Yeah, she's got real lady spirit energy. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Like, that is the conception of gender that TERFs think trans people have. There's about a mystical energy code that means that someone was always meant to be a certain way, and like she literally believes the mean thing that she thinks trans people believe that they don't.
Which is amazing because they're all like, "It's science, dick and pussy, science," and then they're like, "Yeah, she's got a real female energy."
So dumb.
Dickheads. Honestly, mould. I didn't realise it could have that effect on a brain. But always scrub it off. If you get mould, scrub it.
I'm afraid, Daisy, I'm not seeing the same level of movement around. Kemi is speaking to people across the United Kingdom. We are setting out our plans to say, look, there are, as has already been referenced, there are some really big issues facing our country. We are the only party doing that very deep thinking.
And it's interesting that you mentioned big issue, considering you more than doubled the number of homeless people in the nation when you were in government. Well done.
About
An
what we
interesting
need to do.
combination
For example,
of reducing funding for housing, reducing the investment in council housing, reducing the budget for temporary accommodation, whilst also there being more homeless people.
Yeah.
Control welfare spending, to help cut your taxes, to help raise funding for defence spending.
Okay, but the question's about local councils. Obviously, none of those things are in the gift of local councils.
But we are part of a Conservative team, and I know there are very, very
No,
good examples of...
Are you trying to suggest to me that the local councils don't have control over how much money of ours goes into BAE systems?
Yeah. Apparently so.
I was fully of the opinion that Broxtowe Borough Council had a very specific defence agreement with Qatar that needed honouring.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, fucking Kent County Council got a free trade agreement with Canada.
Conservative councils up and down the country.
Honestly, wouldn't put it past the Lib Dem Council to try and rejoin the EU. You know what? I'd respect the chutzpah. It would be lovely.
Declare independence as a new sovereign state and then apply it for EU membership.
Yeah, the South East Dorset Council becomes a member of the EU.
Including doing fantastic work on potholes, whereas, and we know that Conservative councils have the lowest average Bandy council tax of all councils
and many
in
have
England.
huge amounts of debt and almost bankrupted their council.
That's not
in power, Victoria. You slash local government financing. I mean, it's quite extraordinary that you sit there and talk about your teams. We had austerity for so many years under the Conservative government. And that's
True.
Still getting claps. It's been like over 2 years and people are still, the Tories are bastards. Yeah. Even in fucking Maidenhead, they're like, yeah, the Tories are scum. Yeah.
Why did we have that? Because in 2010, the last Labour government...
If she mentions that fucking note again, I'm actually I'm going to Switzerland. I can't live in the world where in the year 2026 they're still going about Liam Byrne leaving a fucking piece of paper on a desk. No.
Do you know Greg Hands used to walk around Westminster with a copy of the note in his wallet?
Fucking useless cunt. You can come with me to Switzerland, you've earned it.
I'll take you down with me.
Exactly. We'll go down together, holding hands. It'll be fucking mental.
Bankrupted this country,
No, we didn't.
left to the notes.
No,
saying
Oh,
there
for-
is-
Ah!
We had to take the tough decision.
She mentioned the fucking notes. Oh, my head hurts.
Why do we keep? I can't believe we keep predicting these things every time.
It's 2026. We can't keep getting away with this.
Oh no! And they're clapping. The audience are clapping like seals. No left in the treasury. Fuck off! Fuck off! I hate this country. Ah!
Don't forget to vote Green on May the 7th, please.
Please subscribe.
Yeah, and give me money for the sonic damage, for the damage being inflicted upon me for your fucking entertainment, chat.
All right. Unfortunately, this government...
She's doing the weird posh people little finger point as well. Oh, God, fuck off.
is doing exactly
Let
the same.
me take another question, because I know you all want to jump in and say, A, your leaders are travelling the length and breadth, and B, you're all doing marvellous things. But let me just move on. OK, Robert Fielder, where are you sitting? Off you go.
If the projected losses...
Fucking Ralph Lauren rugby polo shirt.
Instant scum.
I already hate this human being. I don't know anything more about
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
them.
whoa, 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 whoa. That's not fair, calling him a human being.
No, to be fair, I've just offended the 8 billion actual Homo sapiens on the planet. I apologise profusely.
At next month's local election materialise, should the Prime Minister resign?
What do you...
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you should
I mean,
resign anyway.
not for the re-election results, because that's not necessarily a resigning matter. But yeah, I mean, he should resign for the several noncing scandals, the numerous, the none, one or zero numbered.
Like, you'd think that people who were internally within the Labour Party might have, considered removing him when they were being called the pedo party on the doorstep.
You would think so. And then that was raised with them at Prime Minister's questions, whether you think rightly or wrongly, given parliamentary procedure. But it was raised with them, and rather than going, "Oh, should we do something about that?" they went, "Don't say pedo party. That's not very parliamentary-like." And then they wonder why everyone hates them.
Yep.
You think?
I mean, I think it's been a waterfall of disaster since day one with...
I lived in Richmond upon Thames. They were full of them. Well, Richmond upon Thames, dear chaps, is where this story... I think I've told this before about my dad with his lattice of chips under his steak. I must have told you this, I think. We went to see Llanelli Rugby Club at Twickenham, and we went for a meal the night before. And my dad wanted the chips, and they went, "It's under the steak." And there were like 12 chips, latticed. And I've never seen an Irishman more dumbfounded and angry about anything in my life. He honestly, that was the night I thought he might actually join the IRA. He didn't, just for clarification's sake.
broken tax promises, people in his cabinet breaking the law. I think the local elections will be the knockout blow.
And you think you
Hang
should
a
go?
minute.
Yes.
Which cabinet members broke the law?
Is he talking about the tax thing with Rayner?
I guess that's still being litigated, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
But quite who will replace him? I mean, goodness me.
Well,
Oh, he means
we
Angela Rayner, by the
We
way.
had a general election in
Yeah, that's yeah.
July
Like when he says that, like, because he's a
2024.
posh cunt, and he thinks she'll be bad because she's too working class, right? That's basically, I think she'll be bad because I think she's a traitor and a scumbag. But I will be the first person in line to defend her from the insane, the absolutely batshit insane classism that's been everywhere on social media, and not just social media, on the fucking media, on the actual like mainstream media as well. Like Alison Pearson essentially saying she can't be PM because she's a fucking grubby little scrote. That was essentially the rhetoric Alison Pearson was using. Heard it from Dan Hodges, heard it from people on Times Radio, just the absolute fucking waste cadets that populate our posho media system bubble, just having just this fucking circle jerk of having a go at Angela Rayner for not being posh enough. These people are. I'm sorry, like. I mean, like Red Terror territory at this point. I hate these people so much.
Honestly, Times Radio, a place where friends of paedophiles are welcome, but if you've got a Manc accent, persona non grata.
Literally.
And we won a big majority in Parliament and a mandate to change this country for the better. I understand that people are impatient for change. I understand that people are facing really real pressures on their cost of living. And as a government, we are doing some really positive things to address that. For example, this month, you'll see, thanks to the decisions made at our last budget, that over £100 is off your energy bills, and those bills are capped and locked in until the end of June. The state pensions are...
To get them through the elections. Like, it's so nakedly obvious. Jesus Christ! Just like they're going to reveal the second tranche of Epstein Mandelson emails and stuff, the documents to the select committee just after the election.
I mean, I know it's worth pointing out that the price caps are set in like 3-month periods by Ofgem, so it's not specifically being done to bump up labour. But even so, like, it's frozen until June when we're not paying any energy bills because we're not heating our homes in June.
Well, you say that, we could have a cold snap. You never know.
Up, the minimum wage is up. We have frozen prescription charges. We have frozen rail fares. So we are making real progress here. And I will say something. The Prime Minister, when it came to a really tough international situation, showed real judgment when he refused to be dragged into a war
that we have been dragged into. I'm going to repeat this every time they lie. We are in this war. We're just less in this war than we could have been. Now, I will give him credit for not going like full-throated and doing not being Tony Blair's supine puppy to George W. Bush's Trumpian maniac. But we're still in this war. They're still loading weapons onto planes in Gloucestershire. Like, come on now, don't be silly.
in Iran that the Conservatives...
And, by the way, we're still doing spy flights for Israel. That's still happening.
Yes, over Lebanon this time.
Yep.
And reform would have had us dragged into. Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage would have gone head first and said to Donald Trump, yes, OK, we'll get involved. The Prime Minister did not cave to the pressure of the President of the United States, and we did not get involved in that war.
And he's still calling him a pussy. He was doing it when Chuck was there, King Chucky Poos. He was just like, Keir Starmer's a piece of shit. I like the King, but Keir Starmer's a piece of shit. Fuck that guy.
Imagine being so bad that we're ranking the King above the democratically selected Prime Minister.
Yeah, true.
But now we are concentrating on how it's not our war, but we're concentrating on how we protect people from the impact of that war back home.
And you're all united in Cabinet behind Keir Starmer?
Well, I look around the Cabinet table and I see a group of...
Well, they're obviously behind him, because how would you stab him in the back otherwise? You know?
So true.
People who are
united
determined...
behind him? Is that what you see?
I think we are, and you saw that this week. We are united behind him, and you see a cabinet that wants to change this country for the better, invest in our public services. NHS waiting times are at a 3-year low. We're making real progress, but there's still more to do.
I mean, there's a lot of briefing going on behind the scenes, as you know.
Well,
but okay, I hear what you say. Should the Prime Minister resign, Zia?
Well, not only should he resign, I think he should call a general election in order for whomever the next...
Come on, fucking clapping seals in the orders. Oh, we've got a general election. No, that's not how this works.
Also,
why the fuck would he call it a general? What? You just have elections forever? Every 2 years, election. Those people shit. I'll throw that, but now next, fuck me. What's the point?
But also, like, okay. Do you want him to resign then, or not? Because if he resigns, how could he call an election if he's not the Prime Minister anymore? Genuinely, though, you realise he would have to, go to the King, ask for an election, and then resign as Prime Minister? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, he has to be one or the other. Like, even if he doesn't plan on being the Prime Minister of a Labour government if they were to be re-elected, he would still have to remain as Prime Minister during that period. You couldn't have like an interim takeover during the interregnum of the 6 weeks of an election. That'd be ridiculous. Unless he dies, he has to remain Prime Minister in that situation. So make your fucking choice.
And look, people have talked about how weary everyone is. God knows that how many prime ministers did.
And I've just noticed the British lapel pin. You're so yank that we don't fucking do this nonsense. Stop it. Yeah, we get it. You like Britain, or some version of Britain that you imagine ever existed.
We get through under the Tory party. They came and went with extraordinary frequency. But that is because of the appalling calibre and quality of the people that were put forward into those positions. And we are in a situation. We are in a situation in this country now.
Why is she attacking Corbyn?
True.
I'm going to do a your party joke a million fucking times.
To be fair, former Tories being endorsed by Jeremy Corbyn isn't as unlikely as you think.
It is a bit weird. It is a little bit strange. So he started a socialist party where he kicked out all the socialists, but he is backing 3 former Tories. Okay. Interesting.
Now, we're in a situation in this country now where, yes, Labour did win, to be fair, a walloping majority. They did that having won the vote of just 1 in 5 people eligible to vote in this country voting for Keir Starmer and the Labour Party.
Now, I would have
what has he done?
more sympathy with your whinging here if you were backing some sort of actual electoral reform, which you're not, because you dropped that policy when you realised you might be able to win a majority under the current system. You hack.
Since he has U-turned, I think, north of 25 times. He imposed withdrew the winter fuel allowance.
True, but people forget this. When you U-turn twice, it means you were facing the original direction. Checkmate. Perfect.
That wasn't in their manifesto. He then increased national insurance contributions on employers. That has cost jobs, taken unemployment in this country to 5-year highs, youth unemployment to 10-year highs, higher than in the European Union for the first time ever. So many people are suffering as a result of that.
Is that the Brexit dividend? That we have higher youth unemployment? Is that a good thing? Is that the sunlit uplands of Brexit?
Yeah, it's funny how we can compare ourselves to Europe when Europe are doing worse, because that means Brexit was a success. But when we compare us to the EU and the EU is doing better, suddenly that means that you can't talk about the differences there.
Yeah. Motorhead is greater than Maidenhead. True. R.I.P. Lemmy.
That wasn't in his manifesto. He did an inheritance tax raid on farmers, driving a farmer to suicide, and many more considering it. Absolutely appalling behaviour.
I'm sorry. What he's saying there is that some farmers have been considering suicide because they might pay slightly more inheritance tax. That's it. They have said, I might kill myself because of taxation. And I would figure that those people need to get a functioning sense of perspective.
Or there are bigger issues at play. Not a single person in the history of the world has ever literally taken their own life for something as flimsy as that.
Literally.
Also, I'm not suggesting that financial worries are not a part of whatever they have going on. I suspect there are bigger psychological and life issues they may be facing.
True. Also, as Atomically Powered points out in chat, it's not an inheritance tax raid necessarily. What it is making farmers not pay the same tax as everybody else, because most people pay 40% inheritance tax above a certain threshold. Farmers are going to be paying 20%, so half the rate that normal people do, and their threshold is going to be like quadruple the size of everyone else's threshold. So they're still getting a preferential treatment above everybody else and pissing and moaning and potentially killing themselves. Babies, children, is what these people
And as pointed out in chat, if you commit suicide, you're just speeding the taxman's taking that money in the first place. Just saying.
Jury trials, not in the manifesto. Trying to impose digital ID on British people, not in his manifesto. He appointed Peter Mandelson, who was widely renowned and known to be the Prince of Darkness, and had been forced to resign from his 2 previous senior positions. And yet he still appointed him to that role.
And Nigel Farage welcomed that appointment.
The only reason he is still in
Well,
that seat.
speaking of which, it is funny that Nigel Farage did say that the appointment of Mandelson was a good thing. He was open in saying so multiple times. But Zia Yusuf can't have a go at Peter Mandelson for being friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Because he's like friends with Steve Bannon.
Yeah, and also his party leader is very good friends with a friend of Epstein.
Yeah, well, exactly. And as someone who powered says, you think it was proposed at 40% originally, was it? And they backed down to 20%. It was always going to be 20%. It was the threshold at which they started paying was increased from 1 million to 3 million when they U-turned on some bits of the agricultural property relief reforms.
Because they're so shit, even the good things they're going to do always get watered down.
Literally.
Because this man has a fucking backbone made of porridge.
It's because not a single Labour cabinet minister, let's be honest, wants to wear this shellacking that is coming Labour's way.
I mean, firstly, if you're going to say shellacking, the American phrase, because you're a yankoid piece of shite, at least say it properly. Shellacking. The fuck
So
is
true.
shellacking? Shellacking sounds like something you would do to like a roof or a fucking paved surface. What are you talking about, mate?
Next week, if the polls are correct. Not only should
Okay,
Keir Starmer
all right.
resign, he should call a general election.
Okay, so Zia, you would like a general election. There are people applauding that.
So, genuinely, I want to know what he thinks would happen, because there has to be a government whilst there's a general election. So who the fuck takes over that? You have David Lammy as interim leader, and the Labour Party has
Oh,
no
no.
leader. Look, what the fuck kind of chaos would that be? You fucking minge.
And obviously you'd like Nigel Farage to become Prime Minister. Since you're here on the programme, let me just ask you about this story that's emerged in the last few days, about this gift of £5 million for Nigel Farage.
Absolute money laundering. £5 million already being having gotten through cryptocurrency, so it's fake as fucking evil and bad in the first place. And then secondly, gifted to Nigel Farage. How is that not fucking like money laundering? You can just give someone £5 million for nothing, and that's fine. You'd have to pay tax on that. There doesn't have to be any declaration on it. It's just fine.
As a public figure.
Yeah.
From Christopher Harborn, who is a cryptocurrency investor based in Thailand. Now, the gift was made before Nigel Farage became...
Or as the geopolitics understander Donald Trump once pronounced it, Thailand. Which, I'll be honest with you, I like spending time in Thailand. That's a different thing.
Entry, but the code of the register of interest is very clear that all financial interests and registrable benefits in the previous 12 months must be declared, and this was only a few months before he became MP. Why has he not declared it?
Okay, so the first point to make here is that Nigel has obviously been probably the highest profile British politician in recent decades. I think he's been the most impactful British politician of our lifetime.
Okay, they asked you a specific question and they didn't say, can you turn a trick on his dick? Like, you don't need to glaze him, just answer the fucking question.
And I want to make the same point. I want to make a point. I will answer that question directly, but I want to make a point. I've worked with Nigel every day now for almost 2 years. I've been privy to his personal security briefings, and I will tell you this: the truth of the matter is, Nigel goes about his day-to-day life under an ever-present and severe threat to his life. He was attacked in 2017, attacked in 2019, attacked...
Do you mean milkshake?
You see, milkshaked, aggressively milkshaked.
Oh no. Unless he's lactose intolerant, how did that do him any damage? At all?
It's assault though, Kev.
No, it's sweet. Ayo!
Again in 2024, an illegal migrant coming across the English Channel.
Oh, there we go! Why didn't he do that for the actual migrant that we were talking about earlier? So they usually they crowbar it in like fuck everywhere except when they can, apparently. What?
To murder him. Threatened to murder him repeatedly. Threatened to murder him. No, but it is important context.
I don't think anyone doubts
Fiona,
that Nigel Farage has security issues. That's clear.
Yeah.
But so you don't need to state that, I think, to our audience. But he was given a gift of £5 million and did not declare it.
Yeah.
And when Labour, when Keir Starmer was given a gift of a couple of suits and some glasses, Reform jumped up and down about that.
So let me answer your question.
So true.
Directly, because you are insinuating, Fiona. Hold on.
Well, I'm so glad we've got a moderator for this debate. It's going very well. I can definitely understand everything that everybody is saying. Honestly, Dylan Burns did a bad job by just muting cunts.
Let me answer that question directly, because there is clearly an insinuation here that Nigel has broken the rules. Let's be crystal clear about it.
Yes, there is, because he accepted £5 million and didn't declare it. Yeah. It's not an insinuation, it's a direct accusation.
It's actually literally.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've actually read the Code of Conduct, Fiona.
Well, of course I have.
Okay, fine. So if you have read it, then you will know that Chapter 3, Section 25 makes crystal clear that members do not register interests under the category of those benefits that do not have any relation to their business in the house. The house...
Okay, and his accessing the house by being alive, because he has security to take him to and from the place, surely is inside that remit.
And also on top of this, like, this is a guy crypto billionaire who he wants to deregulate. He has a direct political interest in this. It's obviously a conflict of interest and he should declare it.
Yes, very much so. Because, like, literally, we live in such a bizarro world where you can just declare your conflict of interest, and that means it goes away as an ethical concern.
literally.
And now they're like, no, we don't even want to declare it anymore. We just want to hide it. Like, literally, they want to Yankify it. They want fucking Citizens United, where you can just have dark money sloshing around and everyone's none the wiser. It's just allowed.
Yep.
Being the House of Commons. That gift was an unconditional gift for Nigel's private purposes before he'd even considered becoming an MP.
It also says here, as you know, bring in a trade quote,
so I'm afraid it's simply not the case.
The possible motive of the giver and the use to which the gift is to be put should be considered. If there's any doubt, the benefit should be registered.
And there is no doubt, because, again, let me be crystal clear, Chapter 3, Section 25. Look, I'm literally giving you the relevant sections of the Code of Conduct that are in place.
You're starting to sound a lot like Keir Starmer now. Well,
it is very politician, isn't it?
Well, technically, I didn't break the absolute letter of the law, so actually it's fine. It's no problem. It's not corruption at all.
100%. Due process was followed.
Yeah.
Here, Nigel has...
The closer they get to the halls of power, the more briefcase they become.
Yep, so true.
Done absolutely nothing wrong. But the context is actually important, because Nigel's house was firebombed, and I actually take exception to...
So was Keir Starmer's.
Oh, how much...
Political party.
Was it a Ren boy, though, who did it to Farage?
I hope so. It would be the most relatable thing about him.
It was so fucking funny if
he was secretly gay as fuck. That would be amazing.
And politicians, listen, I disagree profoundly.
And he does have big, like, old man, ugly sugar daddy vibes. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell. Like, there's going to be some little twink who's, you know, what's a sugar child? Oh, that's an ugly phrase. I don't know what that would be anyway. That wants a sugar daddy. Like, yeah, I can see that. I ship it.
With every single other politician on this panel.
All right, well,
if reform on the next general election, let me make the point. If reform on the next general election, and I was the Home Secretary, I would not hesitate to give you whatever round-the-clock protection you needed to ensure your safety if you were coming under severe threat, which Nigel has done, and government after government failed to give Nigel that protection. And to now jump up and down when a British citizen, an upstanding British citizen and a patriot...
A patriot
oh my
lives in
fucking
Thailand.
God, laying it on so fucking thick. Yeah, like Chakrit Sukunkrit. Yeah, the guy who lives actually in Thailand. Yeah, great British patriot, isn't he?
Decided, you know what? I'm going to make sure that Nigel no longer has to. No, Nigel can be safe, and Nigel can be safe.
He's getting He's fucking heckled.
Yeah, what was that about?
Was the audience telling him to shut up?
Want to be in charge of your life savings and our economy. Goodness me.
We've got 5 minutes left, so we have to be reasonably brief.
Returning to the original question, which is about the Prime Minister, I have to say, I think he is finished. And I say that because he has tested again.
What, he's from Finland? What? He's Finnish.
Again and again, the patience of the British public, from the very start of Freebie-gate through to all the machinations that we've had with cabinet ministers,
literally
having difficulties with their.
I was Freebie-gate. You know, I looked at the actual register of interest in terms of free gifts. You know, he took more than the second, third, and fourth placed MP combined.
Yeah, and also more than every other Labour leader combined since Blair.
Yeah. Like, he had so many more freebies that literally he is orders of magnitude more than any other MP. What the fuck? But I'm sure there were no strings attached to any of that, and it's actually fine.
Mobile phones, the anti-corruption minister being investigated for corruption, the deputy prime minister,
They're just heckling.
Honestly, they should do this more often. Shut up, cunt.
Deputy prime minister being investigated by HMRC for whether or not she paid her stamp duty.
And the homelessness minister making a family homeless.
That's so true. Or indeed, one of the MPs getting thrown out for lamping a constituent.
Yeah, just punched a constituent, as you do.
We have all of these problems burning in the background, of course.
And it was his seat they just lost, wasn't it, in Manchester?
No, that was
Oh no,
Shiv Me Timbers WhatsApp.
Yeah, that's the guy who wished death on one of his constituents because he emailed him about wanting his bins collected. Which is like, you're the MP, mate. You're going to get those emails. What did you think was going to happen? That everyone would just send you to London and be like, we'll never contact him again.
We also have Lord Mandelson, and by the way, it is the Conservatives that have brought this to light with our humble address. It's a great shame that Nigel couldn't be bothered to turn up to vote on Tuesday to require the Prime Minister to be investigated. But
True, but the very brave 15 Labour MPs who voted not to cover up the Prime Minister's nonsense out of 400. What a fucking shambles. And I just want to say, right, I don't regularly do these victory laps against my own audience, but I will this time. When we discussed previously about are there any Labour members of Parliament who are like salvageable, someone mentioned to me Clive Lewis. Clive Lewis.
Didn't time to vote.
You know, he abstained.
Abstained, yeah.
Useless scum.
What comes down with Keir, I'm afraid the problem is he is showing a pattern of behaviour, which is that when he gets into hot water, his reaction is to throw somebody else under the bus.
Okay.
Just like Boris Johnson did?
Leadership.
True.
And the public can see...
I was ambushed by a nonce. Actually, no, that just sounds terrible. Thank you, Antifa Vegan Boy, with 10 gifted memberships on YouTube.
Sniff this, they can smell it.
All right, I must bring the rest of the panel in.
This is the
won't get a
most
chance to speak.
unpopular government
Rachel.
in history.
So people tonight have talked about a lack of leadership. They've talked about weariness. What is striking is we are the 5th richest country in the world.
True.
And yet a third of our children live in poverty. Children are hungry in schools so they cannot learn. Our NHS is crumbling. There's a housing crisis.
To be fair, the schools are crumbling as well, so, you know.
Can this be? We're the 5th richest country in the world. It doesn't have to be that way. The reason Keir Starmer needs to go is because he is weak, because he lacks vision, and because it's a time when we need bold courage, and we need to really transform the systems that we have so that ordinary people's lives are made easier, so that bills come down, so that we stop kowtowing to profit, and we have a much fairer economy.
Can I just
Fair dues. You know what? I like that. Bit of passion. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to,
Fifth
hang on.
richest country.
So under the
I need to bring
Conservatives,
Daisy in or she won't get a chance to answer.
under the Conservatives, we all got so tired of the sleaze and the scandal and the financial mismanagement.
Just under the Tories, was it? Just the
yeah,
Tories.
weird financial mismanagement under the Tories. Who enabled them to do financial mismanagement for a third of their time in office? Over a third of their time in office? Who was the business secretary during that period? I hope they didn't do anything like sell off Royal Mail incredibly cheaply for no fucking reason.
Yep.
Management. And
To be fair, though, he is pretty good at hobby horsing.
True.
Although he did, well, actually, I say that he did pull a hamstring, apparently. Yeah.
sadly, it feels like we have the same under Labour. And to make matters worse, there was one thing that Labour promised. They promised change, and we can't feel it. We can't see it. So I think, sadly, it probably is time for Keir Starmer to go. But what I would say is, whilst we Liberal Democrats are winning the argument on so many issues in Parliament...
What fucking argument are you winning?
They don't argue anything. They don't make any points. They don't believe anything.
What, you're winning the argument about whether he should one-on-one him on FIFA? What the fuck are you... honestly, I want to know what what argument she thinks they even fucking put forward in Parliament.
Skills wallets.
Skills wallets, rejoin the EU, fucking 5p bag tax. Brilliant, thanks. Thank you, Sly Loris, with 20 gifted memberships. Honestly, I'm going to have to do so many illegal things for you. Like, really, really illegal shit. Like, maybe say that I support certain groups. I won't go any further at this stage, I'm just saying.
Parliament, taking action on social media giants and holding them to account, taking a strong position to work with Europe so we can end our dependence on
Yeah, we get it. We get it. Yeah, you like Europe. Chill.
Donald Trump, whilst we have a plan to tackle the cost of living right now by cutting fuel duty, using the extra revenue coming into the government. Sadly, the Labour government
through a
is sitting on its
6p
hands,
bag
it's
tax.
too sluggish. But please do not take a gamble on reform, because the donation that we were talking about a minute ago shows that Nigel Farage is playing by the Trump playbook, and there is a really big risk that Donald Trump's America will become Nigel Farage's Britain. We do not want our British politics funded by foreign Bitcoin billionaires.
Let me
True.
about 2 minutes left.
I mean, not unreasonable. Ben Sharp in chat says, I read the Liverpool Lib Dems housing policy the other day, and it was to stop building apartments and tall buildings and transform Liverpool into a city of villages. Literally, just like they are the fucking the 4 horse people of the fucking housing crisis.
They're going to turn Liverpool into Hobbiton.
That's literally how the Lib Dems believe that you can deal with a housing crisis.
What the fuck what are you talking about? Well, the Liver building's got to go, I guess. It's too tall. The fuck is right? Like, genuinely, one of the things that we could do with the limited amount of space we have is have more communal housing, like fucking actual apartment buildings. But they're like, no, nothing above bungalow level, pricks.
Like, actually, like high density that can preserve green space while increasing inventory. Maybe that we can do that.
Yeah, let's do
Thank
something like that. Yeah.
Thank you, Can't Give a Duck, for the gift to you.
One of the previous gentlemen mentioned SEND and education. Labour Party made it very special education. The Labour Party made it very clear that by tax.
Apparently, one of the Lib Dems' biggest funders is a crypto hedge fund. Of course it is.
Incredible. See, never change Lib Dems. And by never change mean you will never change, and that means I will never vote for you.
Well, unless you revert back.
Unless I get a time machine 16 years previously.
Oh God, it was that long ago. Oh no, I had to realise that I was doing Normal Island the other day. Oh, Normal Island, and I was on with Sarah, and we were talking about actually about this story about the 5 million donation to Farage, and she happened to mention in passing during the bit about how she wasn't old enough to vote in the Brexit referendum. And I just thought, I'm so fucking decrepit.
Literally, it's over half. It's almost been half my life since the 2010 election, which is crazy to think.
Honestly, I
remember it like it was yesterday as well. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was. For me, it was yesterday. I remember it. It happened.
Taxing independent schools 20% VAT, that you would put an additional 6,500 teachers into the teaching environment to help support SEND within schools. Where's that gone?
Okay, I suspect I'm just going to get around a few more people. You forgive me because I've only got a minute and a half, so, or in fact less than that. Yes, man in the green shirt.
Yeah, so I've observed a lot of this conversation is quite a grey area. Council tax has gone up, but maybe the council's actually done something better. Or Nigel said this, Nigel said no. What I've got here is like, I'm an engineer, a scientist by background, and what I really care about is energy. And that's one of these things which I feel has been turned into a culture war. So let me say one thing. We know that heat pumps, insulation, EVs, etc., can save half your energy usage. It's a massive difference. And in Iran war, and this is not just about climate change.
Typical woke European coming over here, trying to tell us how we can get energy from the sun.
Trying to tell us to spend less money incinerated on fossil fuels. You're woke. Net stupid zero.
Exactly. I want to die in a smog cloud, if you don't mind. And that is my right as a British person.
Free British person.
Exactly.
We can use that as a strategic reserve. We can use that oil for aviation or AI data centres. But we've got politicians here on
see, you had me. And then you went, we can use that energy on AI. No, we can't.
Truly the British centrist voter. Really likes climate change, really likes climate action, but also loves big tech. And in fact, they are like a tiny, tiny, tiny sliver.
Yeah. Like, the only...
The Keir Starmer voter right there.
The only way I think we can use AI for energy purposes is to you know how they create, you know, you create heat to boil water. Like in a nuclear reactor, you create the reaction, it warms water and the boils and turns off a turbine, right? Is essentially use the fire that we set inside every AI data center as heat to boil water to turn a turbine to create energy by burning them all down, metaphorically. Your silence speaks volumes. It's almost like you don't want to implicate yourself in my criminal scheme.
Table today, I believe.
That's satire, by the way, police. I'm joking. I have no interest in burning anywhere down.
Thank you. Can't give it up for another gifty. Appreciate the support.
Who deny these facts. And why should we platform you when we can save that money, the energy, the money, and this also means that we're not paying that oil money to Russia, which uses it to strike Ukraine every day, and we pay again for defense missiles. So it's a very serious question, and this is the science, this is the fact. You cannot say that that does not save half the energy. So I'd like a clear answer.
Okay, Dingus, you're getting banned. Okay, and I'll tell you why. You're right. You can use nuclear reactor to boil water for tea, or you can just use the microwave. Go. We don't need that kind of degenerate scum in here.
Oh, sorry, can't give it out gifted to fuck the Tories and the Scottish Greens. So thank you. I've just realised where the gifties went.
So your crowd are awesome. My crowd, like I think someone gifted the other day to Idi Amin, which and I didn't realise that he had a Twitch account from Beyond the Grave. But there we go.
Answer on that.
I'm afraid I've got 15 seconds left, so I'm afraid my apologies. I'm going to answer. You've got 10 seconds to say something if you'd like to in the black top there.
I'd just like to say that I'm very surprised that the panel keep calling for the Prime Minister to resign. It's a bad thing for British politics to constantly run through Prime Ministers time after...
Which is why we should stick with an absolute shithouse who everyone hates.
And also, like, he's just, like, totally in the minority. The majority of people in the UK want Keir Starmer to resign. Like, a significant amount of Labour voters want him to resign. Nobody wants this guy to stick around. He's, like, universally hated.
A significant proportion of his own cabinet want him to resign.
Yep.
They won't say so because they want to replace him, but, you know.
Yep.
To time after time.
Our time is up. Forgive me for the...
Thank fuck. Jesus Christ, that was painful.
It was very painful. It was.
Oh, chat. The things we put ourselves through for your entertainment. You should give us money. Lots of fucking money.
Please do so. Please do so. Patreon.com.
Yes. / whatever it is. I always forget what I am.
Mine's that is No Justice MTG.
I don't know.
And gift subs.
Yeah.
And Prime.
Yes. Hang on, where are we? Oh, your microphone's gone punchy.
Oh, sorry, I accidentally hit it.
Okay. Navarra are going on YouTube, so I'll send you over there.
What about Twitch, Arena?
Good question. You've been on Twitch, haven't you? Because of the question Tim.
I'm going to send you to Lisa is Learning over on Twitch, I think.
I don't know who that is.
I mean, literally, the title of the stream has "I am a leftist AI dream girl chatbot," which is, I think, oh, sorry, am I a leftist AI dream girl chatbot and abolish ICE, which is quite funny. So,
okay, well, I'll find that person. 1 second.
She's a real person, by the way. She is an AI. That is a funny meme.
Lisa is learning. Oh, there you are. Oh, okay. I don't know them. Anyway, yes, enjoy.
Everyone go follow Kevin. Kev Local Minutes and 5 over on the Twitch.
Everyone go and follow No Justice MTG immediately, and I'll see you tomorrow or something, maybe. I don't know.
Free Palestine. We'll definitely do Laura Koonsberg on Sunday. Yeah. I am doing the most normal of islands this evening, so I will be doing another stream on YouTube in like in half an hour's time. So I'll see you all over there. Hopefully.
Oh, you should have said I'd have sped through it if I knew you were busy or whatever. Anyway,
I was intending to power through. I assumed we would take this long, and I actually thought we were going to finish by 6, and then I was going to do a YouTube stream for like segments for an hour and a half, and then do normal and do like a massive like 6-hour stream. But this luckily took more time though, so now I can take a break, which is cool.
Okay, everyone go and follow the most hard-working leftoid in the history of the world.
So true, because otherwise we're lazy benefit scroungers.
True.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Bye. Goodbye.